Should be going. Starting up the game. Oops. Okay, good. Hi, Holly Paw. You can't sit there. You can't sit here either, you're in the way. Go over there. Great. So, getting back to V3, we're right up at the end of the investigation. Just need to head in the door and start up the trial. Yeah.
Oh dear.
It would appear we've all gathered. Seems there are less and less of us.
Oh.
Less friends mean it that much harder to solve mystery.
Don't worry.
Well, don't worry. I'm sure you've gotten a little smarter by now, Gonta. Yeah, Gonta do his best to help. I'd want you to graduate from super idiot level to at least Kaito idiot level.
What?
Hey, what's that supposed to mean?
Are you okay?
More importantly, are you okay, Kaito?
Ah.
Yeah, I'm feeling better now. Wow, Akiro sure does pack a punch.
I don't know.
It's your fault. You don't need to worry about our dwindling numbers. Only dipshits have died so far.
That being said,
I know it's a tall order, but you have to use your brains this time, so I don't have to use mine. Try to use your brains this time, so I don't have to use mine.
booyah!
These golden brain cells of mine are a gift to the entire world. Get this wire out of the way a bit.
Unacceptable.
It's as though every time you open your mouth, you become less likable.
Rest in peace.
Atua, please lend us your power.
But
It may be difficult for us to rely on Atua. Considering what happened to Angie, whom Atua loved most of all.
Well, you know.
He shouldn't have relied on Atua in the first place. But seriously, it's kind of funny seeing a robot believing God, especially Atua.
I also...
So what? Robots can believe in God.
Indeed.
Actually, before I even met Angie, I had a similar experience. Hearing voices, I mean. You might call it an inner voice. It tells me what to do when I'm in trouble.
Got a minute?
How long are you going to say that for? Atua and ghosts don't matter right now.
Jeez.
Yeah, the trial this time is gonna be rough. We got caught in Monokuma's trap.
Huh?
His trap?
That's right.
He probably made the 4th floor so scary on purpose to prevent me from investigating.
Oh, right already.
No, he didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way.
Hey, so
Shuichi, say something.
Huh?
What should I say? Alright, talk to everyone that good thing.
Okay.
Atua and ghosts don't matter right now. Helport is among us. So in the end, the culprit really was... No, it's nothing. We can talk about it once the trial starts. You're very sad. Going to do his best to help.
Please wait.
It's true, though I do not know if it can be attributed to God per se. I can hear an inner voice guiding me when I don't know what to do. I can't explain why, but I believe that voice will lead me to hope as long as I listen to it.
On your knees!
Shut up! Why the fuck is a robot talking about God anyway? It's unseemly.
You're so dumb.
That inner voice is probably just a radio or something, like in taxis and stuff.
That is not funny.
It was unwise of me to confide in you all.
Listen up!
Try using your brain so I don't have to. My golden brain cells are a gift to the entire world. Yeah. I respect Danji and Tenko so much since the moment we met.
Shut up!
Shut up! Nothing's gonna be solved by crying about it.
All right already.
Besides, that was a lie, wasn't it?
It's a lie.
Yep, you guys have me figured out already, so there's no point in keeping up the act. Kokichi never changes, no matter what situation he's in.
Damn.
This trial's gonna be rough, since I couldn't do any investigating. Yeah, we got caught up a little earlier than I would have expected as well. Why did the seance fail? I never did figure out why. I see he's still more interested in that than the case. Right, that's everyone. Now we activate the statue. As usual, we walked toward the elevator in silence. As soon as we remaining survivors stepped aboard, we descended. Perhaps because there were fewer of us, the elevator seemed to move faster. And so we fell faster and faster downward into the black. The elevator stopped, and just like always, the doors parted slowly. The light that shines on us from the other side, the bright light of our future. Or is it?
Uh-oh.
Oh, you look really depressed. Must be because there's even less participants now. Don't say they look depressed. Nobody thought of them sad. As much as I'd love to keep hearing this adorable back and forth,
Now then,
let's hurry up and get this started.
extreme!
At last, the class trial will begin. I hope you enjoy it to your heart's content. The third class trial was about to begin. Menji Onaga, the ultimate artist. She created the Ultimate Academy Student Council to try to prevent the killing game. And Kenko Chabashira, the ultimate Aikido master. She hated men, but I knew that she hated this terrible killing game even more. The two who were killed were both trying to stop the killing. And who was the one who killed them? Was it one person? Two different people? We need to pin that down in this class trial. In order to live, we have to find the truth. And I will fight for it. I will fight with truth and lies in this class trial. Save game. go. First, let's see if I can get any skills. I don't think I can, because none of the free time events wanted to activate last time. I don't know why. None of them wanted to work, even though I gave them things that they seemed to appreciate. I guess I could get these. I don't really want them. No skills, I guess. Let's look over the evidence one more time before this trial starts. Danganronpa 503. The victim is the ultimate artist, Angie Onaga. The victim's body was discovered in the Ultimate Artist Research Lab. Time of death is approximately 2 a.m. The victim was killed by a fatal stab wound to the torso. Additionally, she has lacerations on her forehead. I thought it was the back of her neck. Unless they're counting that as the torso? Which would be a weird thing to be. The second victim is the ultimate Aikido master, Tenko Chabashira. The victim's body was discovered in a vacant room on the 4th floor. The estimated time of death was 11 a.m. The victim was stabbed in the back of her neck, resulting in death. No other injuries were detected. I thought Tenko was stabbed in the back of her neck. But that just says her torso. It's odd. Angie had locked herself in the Ultimate Artist Lab since yesterday, working on the ritual. She would not unlock the door unless someone from the student council asked her to. The student council members were Komta, Kibo, Himiko, Tenko, and Tsunugi. Unit Lab's front door. This door has a cylindrical lock. Monodam swallowed the only key, so it can only be locked and unlocked from inside the lab. Before Angie's body was found, the door was locked, but Kokichi opened it by picking the lock. Art Lab's back door. This door has a sliding lock. When Angie's body was found, the sliding lock was locked from the inside. The handle of the sliding lock moves at the slightest touch. Something gold and shiny was on the handle. Alright, so whoever was messing with the sword had locked that. Or it at least messed with the lock. Kokichi's lockpicking. Kokichi can lock and unlock the front door of the Ultimate Artist Lab with his lockpicking skills. Forehead injury. Considering the laceration, the injury on the victim's forehead was not bleeding as much as it should. I feel like that has something to do with the dried blood that was on the wood plank in the other room. Bloody duct tape. Bloody piece of duct tape stuck to her hair. The blood on it had already dried. The blood that was flowing from the back of Angie's neck created a pool. You see, this one says it's from the back of her neck. I don't know. Just weird stuff, I guess. Necronomicon. The book Monokuma prepared as a motive. Angie attempted to carry out the book's resurrection ritual. The Necronomicon resurrection ritual. Prepare an effigy of the dead soul you wish to contact. Everyone may participate. The size and shape of the effigy is irrelevant. Make it out of whatever materials you wish. If it's not obvious who the effigy is supposed to be, label it with the name of the deceased. After preparing the effigy, burn this Necronomicon to ashes. As caution, be mindful of carbon monoxide poisoning. Sprinkle the ashes on the effigy and repeat the name of the deceased 3 times. And close your eyes and wait. After a while, you should feel a light tap on your back. So that means the ritual is a success. The ashes are only good for 1 use. The ritual can only be performed once, used wisely. Alright, and the book was still there, so she hadn't gotten any further than making the wax things. Not sure what she was spending all that time doing then, since They were clearly all put together before. Effigies hung upside down. The 4 wax effigies that were created for the resurrection ritual. They are exact replicas of the late Rentaro, Kaede, Ryoma, and Kirumi. They were hung upside down from the ceiling beams in the Ultimate Artist Lab. Gold leaf katana. It was stabbed into the hung Kaede effigy. Because the katana is so old, the handle's gold leaf rubs off easily. There's blood on the tip. Oops. It was taken from the Ultimate Anthropologist lab, so only the sheath was left in the display case. Anyone could have entered the lab. Caged Child. In order to perform a Caged Child, you need 5 people, including the spirit medium, a dark place with no light, and a dark place with no light. First draw the magic circle passed down from the caged dog village on the ground. Then the spirit medium must place their forehead on a stone and curl up like a turtle. They must do this at the center of the circle. After the other 4 must make the following preparations. Place the iron cage over the spirit medium, and then cover the cage with white cloth. Finally, place the dog god on top of the cage. Take care not to step on the magic circle during the preparations. Finally, turn off all the lights to make it completely dark, and your preparation can be complete. The seance will commence once all 4 participants stand at the corners of the room. The 4 participants, not including the spirit medium, will sing the Caged Child song. After the song, ask, "Is the caged child?" Then say the name of the spirit. The spirit medium will reply with the voice of the spirit you have summoned. That didn't really work. There's some pictures. Nothing particularly helpful. Kibo's flashlight function. A function that Mio had added to Kibo. He can emit a blinding light from his eyes. Now during seance. During the seance, there was a loud sound when it was completely dark. Fog statue. A wooden statue that was put on top of the iron cage during the seance. He weighs about 175 pounds. Joichi, Kokichi, Kyo, and Himiko worked together to put it up and remove it from the cage. White sheet. The sheet that was over the iron cage during the seance. It's very thick and cannot be seen through. There's blood on the back around the middle of the sheet, but there's no hole in the fabric. Kyo was the one who placed the sheet over the cage and removed it off the cage. Magic circle Kyo drew. A magic circle that was drawn with salt. It was drawn on the floor of the room where the seance was held. After Tenko's body was found, the magic circle was trampled on. That made it impossible to check the original shape. Loose floorboard. A loose floorboard right below Tenko. It was not loose before the seance. There was dried blood on the bottom part of the floorboard. Tenko's last moments. Tenko died in a crouched position. The injury on the back of her neck was deep, but probably not enough to kill her immediately. Marcus Stone. The stone that was by Tenko's body. During the seance, Tenko had been crouched over in the iron cage with her forehead on the stone. Iron cage. The iron cage that Tenko was in during the seance. It was around 3 feet high and 5 feet wide. Shuichi and Kokichi placed this over Tenko, and Himiko removed it. Tenko's blood was on the bottom of the cage. That would have been the top when it was sitting there. And the corner. The hole that was in the corner of the room the seance was held in. There's a space under the floor so you can see what was dropped there. Dried blood. A small amount of blood that was on the ground under the floor of the room the seance was held in. It was quite far from where Tenko's blood was dripping. The sickle that was under the floor in the room the seance was held in. The weapon came from the Ultimate Assassin's lab. The blade was about 6 inches and the blood was still wet. Mouthpiece. One of the cross pieces that supported the loose floorboard in the room the seance was held in. Only the portion that supports the floorboard was cut off, so it wasn't broken naturally. It looked like someone had purposely cut it. Buddy Kokichi. Yeah, he seemed to be doing better once we were into this area. While Kokichi was investigating the neighboring room from where the seance was held, he had stepped through one of the floorboards. That room also had a part of the crosspiece cut off, the portion that supported the floorboard. Right. That's on that. Wanted to unlock these skills because no one wanted to hang out for some reason. So now to start the trial.
Ahem! Now then, let's begin with the basic explanation of the class trial. During the trial, you'll present your arguments for who the culprit is, and vote for who done it. Vote correctly, and only the blackened will be punished. But if you pick the wrong person, I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and that person will graduate from this academy. Also, refusing to vote will result in your death, so you better vote for someone. Now, smiles, everyone! It's showtime! Let's get this crazy awesome trial underway!
Sorry, everyone. I don't think I'm gonna be much help this time.
Yeah, you kind of weren't present.
Because of Monokuma's disruptions, I couldn't do a thorough investigation.
I can tell Monokuma is overcompensating to hide his self-consciousness.
Okay.
Next time, spend less time fixing your hair and more time investigating, spaceman!
Shut up! I don't need to hear some comedy act from you two weirdos.
Who did it?
Yeah, I'm sure you're real upset about this whole mess.
Who killed Angie and Tenko?
Don't go on auto. Which
Do
button
not
was
let your
that?
emotions hasten your judgment. There may be two killers.
So, our other culprit might not be one of us here.
Why are you talking like that?
Hmm? What do you mean?
The transfer student. Maybe our resurrected transfer student dragged Angie and Tenko into the grave.
I suppose this is we're gonna have to prove that she didn't go through
Stop it! Stop making stuff up!
the whole thing.
Say something, Shuichi. It'll be a mess if this keeps going on.
Oh, Tenko's thing has little tango wings and a halo. That's cute. Or not Tenko, Angie. Keep getting people's names mixed up. Is it even possible for a revived corpse to be the culprit? Well, in the interest of being thorough, I should clear things up here. Phenomenon is probably
This crime was committed by the
the
recently deceased.
There it is.
They came back to life and killed 2 of our classmates.
No!
There we go.
So, ritual did work?
No.
Who was resurrected, I wonder?
Angie did say she was gonna bring Rantaro back. Yes, Rantaro was resurrected.
No.
The culprit is the late Rantaro Amami!
Please, stop it!
This isn't about believing and reviving the dead. I have to focus on their statements. Are all the statements correct? Right.
This crime was committed by the recently deceased.
Alright, and then we're gonna have to...
They came back to life and killed 2 of our classmates!
No!
Top the fence.
So, ritual did work?
Who was resurrected, I wonder?
Okay.
Angie did say she was gonna bring Rantaro back. Yes. Rantaro. Please stop it!
Okay. You gotta slow it down. It was...
This crime was committed by the recently deceased. They came back to life and killed 2 of our classmates!
No!
You stop that.
So, ritual did work? That's wrong!
I don't think Angie's ritual succeeded. According to the Necronomicon Monokuma showed us, you have to burn the Necronomicon in the ritual.
After preparing the effigy, burn this Necronomicon to ashes. Use caution. Be mindful of carbon monoxide poisoning. Sprinkle the ashes on the effigy and repeat the name of the deceased 3 times.
If Angie's ritual had succeeded, the book would have been gone.
So she must have been killed before the ritual was complete, since the book was still intact.
Then, going to think Rantaro probably not culprit.
Right.
Oh, I guess you're right.
Well, duh. There's no way a dead person could resurrect.
Now hold on a second! I can't let that comment stand!
Well, whatever. That's
Sure,
your problem.
everybody knows that you can't bring the dead back to life. But it's easy at the Ultimate Academy, as long as you use the Necronomicon.
Okay.
What are you talking about? There's no way that's possible.
But it's true. I never lie about motives.
Daddy said so he can't be wrong. Raising the dead is totally possible.
That's cool.
Man, I can't believe you guys wasted such a perfectly good motive.
Well, it's definitely still over there.
You should have let me use it to bring Monodum back to life.
Monodam is still here.
Monodam is still alive, though.
Right now, you're on the threshold.
I'm just kidding. I wouldn't waste a resurrection on Monodum's corpse.
Oh? So resurrecting the dead was actually possible this whole time?
Regardless of that, they didn't do things.
There's no way it's possible.
There's no way that could happen, idiots. Monokuma is trying to confuse us. Let's hurry up and find out who the Blackened is.
If our transfer student isn't the culprit, then blame falls to one of us.
Who did it? Step aside, Half Pint. I'll handle this.
Yeah. That's my deal.
I don't know about Tenko, but I'm pretty fucking sure Kyo murdered Angie.
Just because of the sword.
Why?
Don't play dumb with me, creep show. I already know what happened.
You wanna explain? Pretty sure it's supposed to be a sword, but anyone could have gotten in there.
The culprit used a katana to kill Angie. And it was found in Kyo's research lab. Which makes you, Kyo, automatically suspicious.
But anyone could have taken that katana, you see.
So that rusty katana was the murder weapon. You were the only one who cared about that thing, Kyo.
I did not care about some katana.
Just admit it, you shit-eating worm. You went to the classroom, broke in, and murdered the fuck out of Angie! Booyah! I'm
Is Scorpio really the culprit? Does that story fit the facts of the case? You should think about it from the beginning. Would the lockpicking? That doesn't really say no one else can do that, though. She's saying broke in, which would make a difference to that. It's definitely one of these. But lockpicking, Rikichi's lockpicking doesn't necessarily indicate no one else can pick a lock. And her count has nothing to do with the ability to break in uninvited. What are other options?
The culprit used a katana to kill Angie.
Just the
And
fact
it
that
was
locked,
found
I
in
guess?
Kiyo's...
Yeah, I guess. It's unlocked.
research lab.
It's locked.
Which makes you, Kiyo, automatically suspicious.
But anyone could have taken that katana, you see.
So that rusty katana was the murder weapon. You were the only one who cared about that thing, Kiyo.
I did not care about some katana.
Just admit it, you shit-eating worm. You went to the classroom, broke in, and murdered the fuck out of Angie! Booyah! I'm a fucking genius!
That's nice.
The culprit used a katana to kill Angie. And it was found in Kiyo's research lab. Which makes you, Kiyo, automatically suspicious. But anyone could have taken that katana, you see. So that rusty katana was the murder weapon. You were the only one who cared about that thing, Kiyo.
I did not care about some katana.
Just admit it, you shit-eating worm. You went to the classroom, broke in.
I got a key. Okay, it's about letting them in. You said breaking them in. Pin her down, murder her.
Oh no!
No, the words weren't
The
clear.
culprit used a katana to kill Angie. And it was found in Kiyo's research lab. Which makes you, Kiyo, automatically suspicious.
But anyone could have taken that katana, you see.
So that rusty katana was the murder weapon. You were the only one who cared about that thing, Kiyo.
I did not care about some katana.
Just admit it, you shit-eating worm. You went to the classroom, broke in.
That's wrong! No, Kiyo would not have been able to enter Angie's lab. Isn't that right, Tsumugi?
Yeah. Before Angie locked herself up in her research lab, she said she wasn't going to open up for anyone but student council members.
And Kiyo is not a member. She wouldn't have opened the door for him.
Kiyo couldn't have killed Angie even if he wanted to.
I had no desire to kill her in the first place.
So whoever killed Angie must have been one of the student council members, yeah?
I was doing a bit to lead you to the right answer. Can't believe you actually got it.
Okay.
Oh, how clever.
Okay.
You can just ignore her, Gonta.
The remaining student council members are Gonta, Kibo, Tsumugi, and Himiko.
Well, it can't be Himiko. She was besties with Angie.
Now you're defending her?
I trust their friendship. You guys do too, right?
Yeah, of course.
Last time.
Can we trust their friendship so readily?
Obviously. Let's believe in them.
That trims our list of suspects down to 3.
Just gonna go
Gonta,
with it.
Tsumugi, and Kibo.
I mean, I don't think she killed I don't think she killed either of them either, but like, still.
Yep. The culprit is one of those 3 people.
You mean one of those 2 people? 'Cause a robot ain't people, Jack!
That has nothing to do with anything. Weren't you, like, all over him 3 days ago?
I will let that remark slide. Anyway, aren't these accusations just a tad too hasty?
You're ignoring that because she's like, oh, Kibo didn't murder anyone. Or at least it sounds like she's saying that.
What else? The culprit should confess already! Gonta, Keyboy, or Samugi? Well...
No, not Gonta. Gonta would never kill Angie.
Yeah, Gonta's a gentleman. You shouldn't suspect either of us.
Hey, stick up for me too.
Gonta definitely not hurt anyone. Torture Gonta if you don't believe.
It's not helpful.
Torture might be a bit too far, but Gonta and I aren't the culprits.
And I'm not the culprit either. Jeez.
Gonta not
We're
culprit.
not the culprit.
We must consider other possibilities. Surely there must be suspects outside the student
not
council.
betray student council.
That's utterly impossible.
A dead chick can't be
Not
the
just
culprit!
anyone can open that door. Only student council members had access.
That's the one we're getting.
Look, I don't know who the culprit is.
I didn't know robots told such boring lies.
But it's definitely not me.
Is that a robophobic remark?
Kokichi with his own thing. There are several suspicious statements, but one is obviously inconsistent. I'll listen carefully, sort the statements in my head, and find the answer.
We must consider other possibilities. Surely there must be suspects outside the student council.
Betray student council.
Put that killed.
And do you have
utterly
an alibi
impossible.
for last night?
A dead chick can't be the
Not just
culprit!
anyone can open that door.
Why? It's not
Only
that hard.
student council members had access.
Please hit it. I missed.
Look, I don't know who the culprit is.
I didn't know robots told such boring
there we
lies.
go.
I heard it!
No, it wasn't just student council members that could have opened that lab door.
What was it you said earlier about Kyo opening the door, Shuichi?
Yeah. That sort of tripped me up.
Unless you're a student council member, you can't enter Angie's lab, right?
I was referring to Kyo. He couldn't have done it, but you could have.
That's just making an assumption that he doesn't know how to pick locks. Which is, I don't know, seems out of place. He could, why not?
Because I saw you open the classroom lock by picking it.
I know you can pick a lock closed. I guess they're just sort of assuming you can, though. Kokichi pulled out some thin needles and stuck them into the keyhole of the lock. There, open sesame.
Oh, that happened? I totally forgot.
So you're going to pretend you don't remember, huh?
Quit glaring at me like that. Of course I remember. Yeah, I did it.
Okay.
I killed Angie.
Didn't you say this during the first trial? You were just like, yeah, I did murder. What are you gonna do? And then you didn't.
Wait, what? What did you just say?
I picked the lock to her lab, snuck into the room, and then wham! Killed Angie. The culprit was me, all along.
What?
What are you saying? Is this some kind of joke?
Nah, no joke. I thought that if I confessed, I could atone for my sins. And it helped. I feel so much better. Whew!
Wait, so Kokichi really is culprit?
No, he's lying. I think. Maybe?
He's lying. I'm certain of it.
No, definitely not a lie. I killed Angie. Shouldn't you guys believe the culprit when they confess?
Then let me ask you, culprit, how did you lock the room?
Huh? Well, it's the same as opening it. You pick the door closed from the outside.
No, that doesn't make sense.
Huh? What doesn't make sense? Can't you lock a door by picking it?
Maybe, but that's not how the culprit locked the room. They used a different method.
Is this gonna be about the shiny stuff on the door?
What different method?
Yeah, Mumbles. Use your big boy voice and explain yourself.
He's right next to you. You can hear him.
There were 2 doors to the classroom, and the one locked last was.
Where the culprit locked last sealed room? Guess the back door? That's probably what you're. Oh, the wrong button.
That's it! The back door. That's how they made this a locked room mystery.
The back door had a sliding lock, yes? How was it locked from the outside?
I don't know.
The culprit used a certain tool.
The tool that the culprit used to lock the sliding lock from outside was the sickle? Oh no, this thing. I did well enough last time, but is that something I need? Uh-oh. Is sickle. What is that blue thing? That's a sword. Oh no, the sword makes sense. Sort of. Not really. The gold is on it, but you couldn't have done that and then stabbed it back into the thing. Monokuma is here. Hi. Ah. The sickle is new. You wouldn't be able to get that to that area in the door either. This thing?
I see it! The gold leaf katana that was stabbed into Kaede's effigy.
How?
The culprit used that to hit the knob of the sliding lock to lock the door.
So the gold leaf was on the sliding lock
Because when the katana hit the lock, some of the gold leaf rubbed off on it. The gold leaf on that katana did peel rather easily.
That evidence rings a bell. Specifically, a school bell.
Huh? Are you
now, that doesn't matter anymore. Let's not dwell on the past.
Oh, it's more information.
Ooh, the gold leaf landed on the sliding lock when the katana touched it. So that means the culprit used the katana to move the sliding lock, right? But wait, how did they move it with a katana? And from outside Angie's lab?
The clue that might give us the answer is the layout of the area itself. It was an odd setup after all. The katana stabbed into the effigy. The effigy's hung upside down.
Angie didn't do that as part of the ritual?
No. Nowhere in the Necronomicon did it say you had to hang the effigies.
If it was not part of the ritual, then it must have been for a different purpose, right?
A different purpose. What could that have been? The culprit somehow used the setup to talk to the room. Or did they like swing the Kaede wand around to hit the thing? That would be weird. I'm not sure if that would work with the height. Plus it would take a while to work, but I guess you could just kind of keep doing it until it locked and you just couldn't open the door anymore. It's not like anyone would be around at that hour. Culprit somehow used a setup to lock the room. In that case, I need to know the reason behind every step of that setup. If I do that, the way the culprit locked the room should be clear. Time to drive. Push the A button. There's a version of this in the casino area that I've been doing, because it was a lot easier to deal with than all the other casino mini games. Ooh, the handle. What trying to handle the sliding lock? Yeah, that's the sword problem there. Handle the sliding lock. Be the sword. Let's see. But I was kind of holding off on really dealing too much with the casino because it's just kind of not that interesting. If I do stuff with it, I'm gonna do it like off screen. It doesn't seem like any particular game gives you more coins than the other. They all seem to just multiply it by however much depending on how well you do. Which means the star one is the easiest because you don't have to pay that much attention to get the top score. It's not like difficult. What's done since it's on turn the lock? Right. Oh my goodness. Tana stabbed it to death. Like, getting the more coins or whatever takes absolutely forever. Because it only, like, triples your coins you put in. So even if you do 99, you only get 297 back, I believe, something like that. Did they really just swing it around like a madman? Sweet fatty board. Spinning it? Oh, spinning it's probably. Yeah. Close enough. Right, yeah.
It connects!
Oh, there we go. And it's a button.
That's it. The reason the culprit stuck the katana into the effigy was so that it would hit the sliding lock as the effigy spun.
Effigy spun?
That's right. If you spun the effigy, the rope it was hanging from would twist. Then, if you let it go, the rope would unwind and the effigy would spin the other way. And of course, the katana would spin with it.
I see. So the culprit used the katana's counterspin to push the lock into place?
The culprit simply needed to spin the effigy's rope and then swiftly leave. This would cause the spinning katana to hit the sliding lock. And thus was the back door of an empty classroom locked from the inside.
Straightforward enough.
Yes, that's how Angie's lab was locked. By using the effigy with the katana.
A plan born from the heart of a sword traveling through the air to intercept us.
What?
Oh, but could it have moved the slide lock so easily?
The sliding lock was pretty loose. A little push could move it. As long as the spinning katana hit the lock, it would have slid into position.
Even if the culprit failed the first couple times, they could keep trying until it locked.
Which is why the culprit chose to strike at nighttime, as to avoid detection.
Yes, since the student council prohibited anyone from walking around at nighttime.
Are you saying it's the student council's fault?
I don't think that has much
I
to do
didn't
with
say that.
anything.
In any case, the culprit probably used the murder weapon for this trick. It had to have been the right length to hit the sliding lock from the effigy.
The culprit couldn't find a blade long enough in my lab, so they settled for the katana.
The other effigies were only hung up so we'd think it was some kind of ceremony. That way, we wouldn't notice the lock trick.
But Kokichi did say earlier that he could have picked the lock closed. I don't want to completely ignore that possibility. But I can't imagine the culprit would have done all this just for a distraction.
If that's the case, then Kokichi's confession earlier was actually...
Seriously? You fucking lied again?
I don't know what you expected out of him.
Cough it up, Kokichi!
Oh, man. You guys got me. Okay, I'm not the culprit.
You're telling the truth this time, right?
I want to say I'm lying, but I'm not.
Why did you say you were the culprit?
Because he wants to mess with everyone.
I wanted to lure the culprit out. If I claimed to be the culprit, then the real culprit would agree as well. You get me? And if they pressured me to confess, then that would have looked mighty suspicious. Sheesh. Darn it. It didn't go my way because Shuichi butted in on my plan.
You and your fucking lies! Go sit in the corner and play with yourself!
It's not an unreasonable, plan.
Okay, I'll start right now.
Please don't.
All right. So, who's the asshole who set up this locked room mystery?
You. I can't hold it up anymore.
Stop.
What's the matter? You going soft on me now?
Who made the locked room mystery doesn't matter, since anyone could have done it.
Right. Well,
Don't you even understand something as basic as that, you filthy cum dumpster?
that's a thing to call someone.
Come, dumpster!
Okay.
Finally! Someone finally called me a cum dumpster!
Not.
What should we talk about now?
Yes, let's move on.
We must focus not on the locked room, but on who entered Angie's lab. Only one of the student council members or Kokichi could have gained entry.
I mean, someone else might know how to pick locks. I don't see why they wouldn't.
Therefore, the culprit must be among their number.
That leaves us with 4 suspects. Tsumugi, Gonta, Kibo, and Kokichi.
Don't forget Himiko. She's also a part of the student council.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if she was besties with Angie, she's still a suspect.
That contradicts what you said earlier, which I can prove using my recording function.
It's fine. That's just a waste of time.
A suspect?
You're not even considering Tenko. Tenko was, like, alive at the time. She would have had reason to want to kill Angie. Doesn't matter if she's dead now.
Never kill Angie!
So, calling all suspects, what should we discuss next? I want to hear everyone's opinion. What would you say to get yourself off the suspect list?
Why are you trying to lead the debate? You're a suspect too.
Silence, outsider. Only the suspect rangers are allowed to speak.
Okay.
Suspect rangers?
I agree. Those under suspicion should explain themselves thoroughly.
We might catch them with their pants down.
Anyway, I want to ask the suspect rangers. What should we talk about? What should we say to get ourselves off the suspect list?
Yeah, I'm sure so.
Well, guys, I want to hear what you think.
That's sort of a difficult question, you know?
Gonta not smart enough to know answer to that.
Yes, it is difficult to formulate a logical response to that question.
Presumably, if anyone had an alibi, they would have spoke up already.
Not articulate with words, huh? Don't you guys want to prove your innocence?
They don't trust you one bit, and I don't blame them. You're probably plotting.
Why did Tenko have to die?
Huh?
I want to know what happened to Angie too, but... Can we talk about Tenko's case now and not just Angie's?
I got you exactly where I wanted, Himiko.
Yeah?
What do you mean?
The 2 victims could have been killed by 2 separate murderers, you know. So we need to find the first Blackened responsible for the first victim. We gotta figure out who killed Angie. Until we solve Angie's case, Tenko's case is meaningless. Did you suggest that to waste our time?
It's not meaningless!
Himiko?
Tenko's death was meaningless? How dare you! Poor Tenko! How could you do this to her? Himiko...
Himiko, stop it with your crappy lies.
Lies?
everything you said is total BS.
Hmm.
You didn't give two shits about Tenko when she was alive. But now you're like, oh no, poor Tenko, after she's dead. Come on, really?
Kokichi, enough!
No, it's okay. It's no surprise you think that. I know I ignored Tenko before. That's why I'm so upset now. I should have faced Tenko, worked things out with her while she was still alive. But now, it's too late. I can't complain to her or thank her. It's too late.
Yeah, seriously! It's way too late to realize that now.
You are not helping.
Our only option is to face her death head on.
Yeah. Face her death?
Himiko, I understand what you're going through. So I'm gonna help you out. Let's work together to find the truth. I'm not gonna let anyone say her death didn't matter.
Kaito! Alright. I'll put a silencing curse on whoever calls Tenko's death meaningless. The name of the curse is... Death Curse! Suppose being dead would silence someone pretty good.
Listen up! All you guys are gonna help out too. Abandoning someone who died and only thinking about your own survival. That's just as bad as a hit and run! I won't forgive something so messed up!
Tenko was our friend. Gonta wanna know why she died too!
I already told you that's so unnecessary. We're getting sidetracked here.
Not an unreasonable concern, but I'm sure part of the evidence in her room had something to do with Angie.
No, even if it was a different culprit, we need to know how Tenko died. If we don't find out who killed her, we won't be able to work together. Not now, not ever. Even if this trial isn't for her, in order for us to survive, we need to get to the bottom of Tenko's death. Not just to survive this trial, but so we can keep going and live on!
Tenko.
Finally, you noticed. Jeez, you're so slow.
Hmm?
Huh? Did Kokichi want us to notice?
Don't listen to his crap. We haven't decided whether there were two different culprits yet.
I don't see why there'd be much point in killing Tenko when Angie was already dead, though. Unless they genuinely were concerned about how the seance was gonna go, and if they would get caught.
Let us talk about Tenko's case then. Perhaps that will provide us a clue.
Yeah, maybe.
They're not wrong, but I don't mind going over Tenko's case. But that was an abrupt change of topic. Was that intentional?
So what do we talk about first?
For now, let's see if we can narrow down the list of suspects.
Tancrouch probably got killed during the seance, so everyone there's suspicious.
Everyone there's more or less accounted for. They were all singing, so you'd be able to tell if they moved.
Tancrouch!
People who attended the seance. People who attended the seance. Yeah.
That's it! It was me, Kyo, Himiko, and Kokichi.
So those four are the culprits!
No.
Oh, Himiko's still culprit?
Well, that's probably just a coinkydink. The most suspicious out of the four is really... Kyo. He suggested the whole seance idea.
True, I may have suggested it, but I explained the procedure beforehand, yes? If we all knew of it before the murder, then we are all equally suspicious.
Well, I suppose, but...
In addition, the seance wasn't entirely in my control either. I was not the one who selected the room we performed it in. It was Himiko.
However, there are 3 empty rooms. Which one shall we use? The middle room. The middle room's always best for stuff like this. Very well. I shall begin the preparations at once.
Oh, right.
Also, we should not limit our suspects to only those who participated in the seance. The empty room had a point of entry from outside, you see.
Did we tell you about that? I don't remember. Point of entry from outside. You must be referring to... It's the hole in the floor.
There! You're talking about under the floor, right?
Huh? Under the floor?
Yes, there's a crawl space under the floor a person can move through. There was also a hole that connected it to the neighboring room.
If the culprit used the hole, they could have entered and exited the seance room.
If we consider that possibility, then there is another suspect.
Another suspect? Who?
It's appearing before me. Oh, I can see it clearly. The true identity of Tenko's killer.
What are you doing now? Just being weird, I guess. Sure.
The culprit sneaked in during the seance by crawling under the floor.
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our villain had a light.
Light? You mean candle?
I mean Kibo's flashlight function. Huh? Now, hold on a second.
Kibo could have used that function to get under the floor and sneak into the empty room during the seance!
I said hold on a second!
He used his robot functions to commit the murders!
Hold on a second!
It's true that with a little light, you could move around under the floor. But is that possible?
The culprit sneaked in during...
What about it? New added Kibo. Blinding light. Maybe it's too bright. Maybe that's the problem.
During the
You can see
seance.
it.
by crawling under the floor.
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
You can see what's out there.
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our villain had a light.
Light? You mean candle?
I mean Kibo's flashlight function.
Huh? Now hold on a second.
Kibo could have used that function to get under the floor and sneak into the empty room during the seance!
I said hold on a second!
He used his robot functions to commit the murders!
Hold on a second!
It's true that with a little light you could move around on the floor. I'm gonna guess it's probably flashlight function and it'll be like, oh, it's too bright. Because, like so many things, it has one setting. And that is
The
so
culprit
bright you
sneaked
can
in
see
during
it
the
through the
seance
floor.
by crawling under the floor.
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our villain had a light.
Light? You mean candle?
I mean Kibo's flashlight function. Huh? Now hold on a second.
Kibo could have used that function to get under the floor and
the
sneak
whole
into
word.
the empty room during the seance!
I said hold on a second!
He used his robot functions to commit the murders.
Hold on a second!
The culprit
Sneak in during the seance. By crawling under the floor. Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our villain had a light. Light? You mean candle?
I mean Kibo's flashlight function.
Huh? Now hold on a second!
Kibo could have used that function to get under the floor.
No. There's enough room for one person to move around. Especially... It's bright, though. Light. It's bright, though. You can see it.
The
What?
culprit sneaked in during the seance by crawling under the floor.
But it was pitch black during the seance.
Floor. The hole in the floor. You would let the light in. You wouldn't be pitch black. But you seem to already be moving on from that, and you're not considering it. What? Floorboard? This floorboard is not this floor, it's dried blood, that's not good. Not that. Unless it wants me to lie about something, but I don't think we do need to do that. I don't know what we'd lie about. We don't know things about Kibo's flashlight function. Me does. That wouldn't be helpful. Cage child self. Dark place with no light. Light? No light?
Seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our villain had a light.
Hole on the floor? With the light? You can see it? Maybe.
Light? You mean candle?
I just missed the everything.
I mean Kibo's flashlight function.
Huh? Now hold on a second!
Kibo could have used that function to get under the floor and sneak into the empty room during the seance!
I said hold on a second!
He used his robot functions to commit the murders.
Hold on a second!
Ooh. Oh, I can't look at the transcript. That's unfortunate. Why do we not have a truth flashback? Yeah, I guess I hadn't been introduced yet. Maybe it doesn't exist at all. I think the controls usually show it regardless of if you can actually do that. You don't like move around under the floor. What is that possible. The hole in the floor would let in the light. That's my guess.
The culprit sneaked in during the seance by crawling under the floor.
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our villain had a light.
Light? You mean candle?
No one's listening to Kiko.
Sneaked in during the seance
by crawling under the floor. During the seance.
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our villain had a light.
Wrong button. This time. I missed it anyway.
You mean candle?
I aim better with the mouse, but the mouse doesn't like to function.
And sneak into the empty room during the seance!
I said hold on a second!
He used his robot functions to commit the murders.
Hold on a second!
I think I just used the mouse for this real quick. Since it's still functional.
The culprit sneaked in during the seance by crawling under the floor. Our villain had a light.
There we go.
That's wrong!
I knew what the problem was. I just didn't know how to communicate.
I don't think the culprit could have used a light from
Also,
under
then
the
I
floor.
couldn't hit the button for the text. Alright.
There was a hole in the corner of the room. If a light were used, it would have leaked through and we would have seen it.
But when we did the seance, the room was definitely pitch black.
So a light was not shined under the floor, which means you cannot claim I am the culprit.
Jeez, here I thought this would be the case where the murder could only be done by a robot.
It wouldn't even be only him who could do it. Someone could just take like a normal flashlight. Those aren't that big.
You have accused me of being the culprit more than once now, simply because I am a robot. My status as a robot does not mean I am capable of performing superhuman feats. My vision is somewhat poor, and I only possess average physical strength and intelligence.
Someone did not make a very good robot.
All right, you made your point. God, now I feel sort of bad for you.
I neither want nor need your pity.
Enough with the flashlight! It's way too bright!
It would have been difficult to move around under the floor in that pitch black darkness. Maybe the floor and the hole have nothing to do with this case.
We found the murder weapon under
Then
it.
why was floorboard under Tenko lined up funny? Going to think that was so culprit could stab Tenko from under floor.
Ooh, nice observation, Gonta. Are you finally getting used to the class trials?
Uh-huh. Thank you.
Don't say it like that. You're better off not being used to this kind of stuff.
Maybe they marked Tenko with glowing paint and looked for that. That'd let the culprit find her. Then they could stab her through the floorboards.
They're stuck together too much, and we already know
Boy,
the thing.
that sounds really familiar too. But I'm just gonna ignore it.
Okay.
Her corpse didn't have any trace of glowing paint, though.
That's not hard to
yeah.
notice.
So then why was that floorboard loose?
The loose floorboard was the one under Tenko, right? If the culprit used it while she was still alive, she'd totally notice.
Who fucking cares? Fussing over that won't get us closer to the culprit!
We shouldn't dismiss this line of inquiry, however. Instead of butting our heads against this, how about we concentrate on another issue?
What other issue?
Perhaps first, we should figure out how and when exactly Tenko was killed.
When? So not during seance?
Tenko was in the metal cage for the whole seance, wasn't she? How could someone have gotten to her there?
Maybe the culprit killed her before she went under the metal cage.
That's not possible. She was alive at that point.
This is the point of no return, Tenko. After this point, you mustn't speak. The next time you open your mouth, it will be Angie speaking through you. Understood. I will not say a word until the seance is over.
Yes, she was unmistakably alive when the seance began.
That was right before we blew out the candles. But when the light came back...
The floorboard was removed at that point, so it's likely she was already dead then.
So she was killed when the room was dark?
But she was inside Cage, right? Going to think it impossible to kill her then.
And she wasn't killed when the room was dark. It was a different time.
It wasn't a different time.
A different time?
How the fuck should I know? You figure it out, shitheads!
Huh? Are you paying attention at all?
Since Gonta said it was impossible, I'm proposing an alternate theory. Now hurry up and think! If you want to make my golden brain tingle, start circle jerking your limp dick brains! When Tenko got killed, it wasn't during the seance.
It could not have been done at any other time. She was under the cage the whole time. And she was dead when the cage was lifted.
What about moment Cage was lifted?
Ooh, like that.
When Cage lifted, culprit stabbed Tenko real fast. So fast, no one saw.
Oh my!
Can you stop this?
So who lifted the cage?
It was me.
Then obviously Himiko is the culprit!
There's no doubt!
Tenko will not be killed during the seance. It might not be impossible. There's no evidence for it.
When Tenko got killed,
Blood on the sheet.
it wasn't during the seance.
It could not have been done at any other time. She was under the cage the whole time.
Yes.
And she was dead when the cage was lifted.
What about moment Cage was lifted?
The blood.
That's wrong! No, it wasn't possible to kill her the moment the cage was lifted. Because the inside of the white cloth had Tenko's blood on it. That cloth was removed before the cage was lifted. If Tenko was stabbed then, there wouldn't be blood on the cloth.
What? But how could my golden brain be wrong when it felt so right?
The only possibility is that Tenko was killed during the seance.
I got your remodel right here!
I'm not helping.
No, it's still wrong to think that Tenko was killed during the seance.
What?
I'm gonna prove it right now. My golden brain is gonna go all out!
Did you even investigate? I don't remember you doing anything. Alright, this is set up weird.
Tenko died after the seance.
No. Ah.
This happened when the sheet was lifted.
This function is weird.
That was the moment the culprit chose to stab the fuck out of Tenko through the cage!
Okay,
They
no.
stuck the thin blade through the gaps of the cage, and that clean white sheet got stained blood red!
There's no hole in it.
But the weapon was a sickle. Only the blade could have fit through the gaps.
The blade's all you need.
Okay, it's too big. No, more.
If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko. Sitting in there with her neck all exposed. She wasn't that far from the cage's gap. In which case, the person who lifted the sheet is the culprit.
Yeah.
And that's none other than Kyo!
Okay, it must have been not that far from the gap. Can you hit the thing, please? There has to be a hole in Mew's logic somewhere. All we have to do is show the evidence that will counter Mew's claims.
The blade's all you need!
Under the floor?
If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko.
I don't think it would. Please.
Sitting in there with her neck all exposed.
No. That didn't help. No, she was probably sitting down normally while she was in the cage. Okay, that's the point we need to... Problem is, you don't understand what's
The
happening.
blade's all you need! If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko.
This setup is miserable.
Sitting in there with her neck all exposed.
I'll cut through your words! Wait just a minute. Tenko wasn't sitting down inside the cage. She was bent over with her forehead against the marker stone. And the cage itself was about 3 feet tall. The sickle's blade was too short to reach Tenko while she was in that position.
Then I messed up again? How could this happen? I am so embarrassed.
No worries, Mew. Everyone already knows you're an embarrassment to the human race.
Yeah, no worries.
How embarrassing!
If Shuichi is right, then it's impossible for Tenko to have been killed through the cage.
She couldn't have been killed during the seance since she was in the cage, right?
If she was killed then, the cloth over the cage would have been pierced.
Not during the seance or from below the floor. Then it's impossible, isn't it?
Yeah, for a living person.
Huh?
We're not doing those.
What if Angie's spirit killed Tenko?
What are you talking about? That's not possible!
We don't know that. Some things are impossible for a human, but not for a spirit.
Don't say stupid stuff like that! Screw spirits!
Stop that now.
Angie's spirit killed Tenko? Why?
Himiko?
Why would Angie's spirit kill Tenko?
What if Tenko killed Angie, and then Angie's spirit came back for revenge?
Like I said, that's impossible! Spirits can't be culprits!
Then explain how the culprit killed Tenko under these impossible circumstances.
Well,
See? You can't explain, can you? Only a spirit could have done that!
wait! I know! What if the culprit was hiding inside the cage?
You already put the thing on it, though.
If they were in there, they could have stabbed Tenko during the seance.
We could see the cage when we put it on.
No. If there was someone else in the cage, we would have
I
noticed.
agree with Kaito. The culprit could have been inside the cage.
You do?
Nonsense. There was no space in the cage for the culprit to hide.
Maybe the culprit wouldn't need to hide in the first place.
What?
Also, the culprit could have killed her in the cage at any time. I think you know what I'm getting at, right?
Do I? The they she's referring to. Huh? Excuse me? No one was in the cage. What's your... Oh, I need to pick someone. Kyo? No, I don't think so. Who could have killed Tenko inside the cage at any time? Tenko? Really narrow-minded for a detective. I don't know how Tenko would stab herself in the back of the neck. That'd be difficult. It also doesn't make sense.
I believe Maki is referring to Tenko herself.
What did you say? Are you saying Tenko is the culprit?
She committed suicide.
Suicide?
If she committed suicide, it would explain a lot of things we couldn't figure out. She volunteered to be in the cage, and then stabbed herself during the seance. It wouldn't matter how dark the room was.
But the sickle she was stabbed with was under the floor, right?
You could just push down on the floor to get it out.
If Tenko had stabbed herself, wouldn't the sickle still be inside the cage?
Oh my god. Mew actually said something smart.
Perhaps that explains why the floorboard was removed. After stabbing herself with the sickle, she threw it underneath the floor.
So she took off the floorboard to get rid of the sickle?
Yes, that makes sense to Gonta.
Well, it doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I don't see the why of it.
There's no reason for Tenko to commit suicide.
Maybe I wasn't too far off with the theory I had earlier. You know, about Tenko killing Angie.
Maybe?
Yeah?
Because Tenko and Angie were fighting for your attention, right?
Hey, Angie, when did you brainwash Himiko?
Tenko's pent-up frustration led her to commit such an atrocity. Her conscience couldn't handle it anymore, so she decided to end her own life.
What?
But if she was gonna kill herself, why do it during the seance?
She wanted to hide the truth of her suicide.
Really? Why?
There could only be one reason to hide it in a killing game, right? It's to take us down with her.
I don't know that she'd do that, though.
Take us down?
She wanted us to pick the wrong answer during the class trial. So she could bring us all down. She wanted us to die with her. Okay, well, she probably just wanted Himiko to die with her, but still.
What are you saying? Tenko wasn't like that. She told me.
Keep your chin up and live life facing forward. Survive with me and everyone else.
What if all of that was just a lie?
A lie?
Wait! We should believe Tenko's last words!
The true terror of class trials is that you shouldn't believe everything said.
Himiko, you said that Tenko would never do anything like that. But how can you be so sure? Did you guys actually know each other? People keep all sorts of secrets. Like Maki. She hid the fact that she's a cold-blooded killer. Is it wise of us to trust other people wholeheartedly in this kind of situation?
Jeez, you're such a naive dude.
Naive?
We're all just people, you know? Of course we're gonna have some secrets. What matters is whether there's any malice behind them.
People can lie about how malicious their hidden secrets really are.
Well, duh. It's impossible to know for sure what others are thinking. That's why it all comes down to whether or not you believe in yourself. If you get betrayed, it's not their fault. It's your fault for believing in them. That's why I believed in Maki Roll, because I wanted to believe in her.
Just because you're acting all cool doesn't mean you get to skip training.
Hey, come on. Don't you think you're being a little too strict?
Well, we come from different backgrounds. So for now, let's agree to disagree. No one's ever called me naive before. And from Kaito? Seriously?
Whether or not I believe. My heart can't reach Tenko anymore. But I want to believe in her. She wouldn't commit suicide. She wouldn't try to take us down. That's what I want to believe!
Me too. Gonta no can believe Tenko commits suicide.
But if Tenko did commit suicide, that would answer all of our questions.
If you insist we believe in Tenko, then provide a reason to do so.
A proper reason.
All right, I'll give you a reason.
Is there a reason?
Yes, there is. Will you trust me, Maki? If it turns out I'm wrong, you can blame me all you like. But for now, I need you to trust in my detective work.
The shine on his hair moves between sprites even when the rest of his head doesn't. It's very odd. I don't believe Tenko would kill herself because of what she said. Okay, everyone. I'll see you guys after the seance. She said, see you guys after. I doubt she had a sudden change of heart. Just because we don't know how she was killed doesn't mean that it was suicide. The shouldn't be satisfied with that. And if we keep thinking, we'll find the truth. And that means we have to believe in Tenko. Maybe if we set something up to do something with someone else, but then they betrayed her. I don't know what would have been set up in that case, but... I'll make them all believe.
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Her plan was to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions.
Tenko's not that kind of person! But if Tenko did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance.
She could have secretly brought the sickle and then stabbed herself with it.
Finally, with the last of her strength, she threw the sickle underneath the floor.
I think it might be...
All the pieces fit.
I need to double check this last moment's thing. What does it say? Probably not enough to kill her immediately. Everyone thinks that Tenko committed suicide. Only because they're latching on to the easiest answer. To get out of this, I need to make them think their suicide theory wouldn't work. Okay, we need to use the lie function.
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Her plan was to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions.
Tenko's not that kind of person! But if Tenko did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance.
She could have secretly brought the sickle and then stabbed herself with it.
Finally, with the last of her strength, she threw the sickle
hit,
underneath
please.
the floor.
How would you do this, sweetie?
All the pieces.
I need to use the slow down thing. That's all.
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation. Her plan was to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions.
Brought the sickle and then stabbed herself with it.
Finally, with the last of her strength,
Wrong button. No, it. Please, I hit the wrong. Incorrect. No. Need to hold it.
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Her plan was to take us down with her.
So she hid her true intentions.
finally, with the last of her strength, she threw the sickle underneath the floor. All the pieces.
Everything. It's all bad.
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation. Her plan was to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions.
Yourself.
Last of her strength.
I'm not gonna deal with the. Why?
She threw the sickle underneath
How
the
does
floor.
it go between the words? That's not fair.
All
I'm going to go insane.
Her plan was to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions.
Find the last of her strength.
Please, just get it. Oh my goodness.
I'll reveal the truth. Tenko couldn't have thrown the sickle under the floor because she died instantly.
Instantly?
Her death might not have been instant, but she couldn't have gone far before she bled out.
I'm certain of it. My investigation determined that she died instantly.
What's your opinion, Maki? I'd like to hear from someone who specializes in murder.
Maki.
You're right. I completely forgot about that important detail. Tenko died instantly.
What?
As an
Good thing no
assassin,
one over-
I specialize in killing my targets swiftly.
It's a good thing no one overheard you talking about the body in the middle of the room that everyone was in.
I have no doubt that Tenko was killed immediately.
Words of a true killer. Pretty sure we can believe everything she said.
Thank you, Maki.
How could you forget that, Maki Roll? You better apologize to Shuichi.
Excuse me?
It's okay, Kaito, really. No apology necessary. Anyway, Tenko died so suddenly that she couldn't have gotten rid of the sickle. Knowing that, the theory that she killed herself just doesn't fit, correct?
Just like I thought. Tenko wouldn't commit suicide.
Thank goodness, Himiko.
Which means someone definitely killed Tenko during the seance.
Her suicide was considered because we could not determine how she was killed.
No! There must have been a way! We're gonna figure it out!
Was anyone else unaccounted for before that was started?
Did any of the participants witness anything peculiar during the seance? If you know something, please speak up. It could be the key to solving this mystery.
Not a bad idea. I should remember what happened at the seance. Let me try to remember. I'm sure there's something. I need some kind of clue that will help me solve this mystery. What's the sound thing? Sound during seance.
Did anything seem out of the ordinary during the seance?
There is something that bothers me. The fact that the seance failed. The ritual was perfect, and yet it failed. How utterly strange.
Now that I think about it, while we were all singing the song, I heard something fall.
I'm more concerned about how dark it got in there. I mean, it was totally pitch black.
The idea.
My job was to relight the candles. Moving along the walls was seriously tough.
It was pitch black during that seance. That limits what could have happened. Stay calm and think. There's still some kind of clue.
Did anything seem out of the ordinary during the seance?
There is something that bothers me. The fact that the seance failed. The ritual was perfect, and yet it failed. How utterly strange.
Now that I think about it, while we were all singing the song, I heard something fall.
Get it? Oh, I'm please, no.
I'm more concerned about how dark it got in there.
I missed the thing.
I mean, it was totally pitch black.
My job was to relight the candles. Moving along the walls was seriously tough. Did anything seem out of the ordinary during the seance? There is something that bothers me. The fact that the seance failed. The ritual was perfect, and yet it failed. How utterly strange. While we were all singing the song, I heard something fall.
Hit, no, please hit the.
I'm more concerned about how dark it got in there.
The bullets don't move
I mean, it
fast
was
enough.
totally pitch black.
In the first game, there was
My
a thing
job was
that
to
made them
relight the
move
candles.
faster. I think you got
Moving
it from
along the walls
Leon.
was seriously tough.
I haven't seen anything that seems to be like that.
Did anything
Also,
seem
the
out of the
description
ordinary
didn't say
during
it
the
made
seance?
them move faster.
There is
It's
something
like you
that
could
bothers
shoot
me.
them more often or something
The
like
fact that
that.
the seance failed.
But when I unequipped
The
it,
ritual was
all
perfect,
the bullets
yet it
were much
failed.
slower.
Utterly strange.
I don't know
Now that I
why.
think about it, while we were all singing the song, I heard something fall.
I hit the...
I'm more concerned about how dark it got.
Don't go insane.
My job was to relight the candles. Moving along the walls was seriously tough. Did anything seem out of the ordinary during the seance? There is something that bothers me. The fact that the seance failed.
The ritual was perfect, and yet it
I
failed.
hit my mouse.
How utterly strange.
Now that I think about it, while we were all singing the song, I heard something fall.
No, push.
I'm more concerned about how dark it got in there.
I don't have the button.
I mean,
I can use my mouse to
My job was to relight the candles.
slow it down.
Moving along the walls was seriously tough.
Since I brought my controller with
Did anything
me.
seem out of the ordinary during the seance? There is something that bothers me. The fact that the seance failed.
The ritual was perfect.
And yet it failed. How utterly strange. I think about it. While we were all singing the song, I heard something fall.
Just please, there we go.
I agree.
Himiko, you think that something fell because of that sound you heard, right?
It sounded like something heavy fell down and hit the floor really hard. What could have fallen down?
Fallen down? There wasn't anything on the ceiling that could have fallen down, right?
Am I wrong? I thought something fell, but
The sound was pretty loud. It did seem like something hit the floorboards.
A loud sound, like something hitting the floorboards. Maybe that sound had something to do with the other thing that happened in the dark. Loose floorboard. Yeah.
This is it! I think the floorboard coming off had something to do with that sound. That floorboard came loose at some point during the seance, right?
could the floorboard have made such a loud sound though?
It was the sound of an intense impact.
If the impact was that intense, then it could have loosened the floorboard.
That is true. There would have had to be a strong impact to make that sound. What was it? What could it not possible be? That's not right. What could it possibly be?
All right, then. Let's go with that. We all gotta put our heads together now.
That could have been that nice.
So what made the floorboard come loose?
Judging from the sound, there must have been considerable force.
Someone who participated in the seance. Maybe that person tore off the floorboard.
That wouldn't make such a loud crashing sound.
Maybe the wooden statue fell over.
But that statue was still on top of the cage.
Culprit hide under floor. Then stood up with such might.
But we already said there was no one under the floor.
Someone must have stomped through the floorboard.
Yeah.
A floorboard that comes loose when you step on it is dangerous. God, it's like I'm the only one here who's staying on the ball.
You hardly have any experience with balls to say that, Mew.
Don't be stupid.
stupid.
Don't you know me and Balls are the best of friends?
What would have made a strong enough impact to knock the floorboard loose? Think about everyone's testimony and combine it with facts.
So what made the floorboard come loose?
Judging from the sound, there must have been considerable force.
Someone who participated in the seance. Maybe that person tore off the floorboard.
That wouldn't make such a loud crashing sound.
Maybe the wooden statue fell over.
But that statue was still on top of the cage.
Culprit hid under floor. Then stood up with such might.
But we already said there was no one under the floor.
Someone must have stomped through the floor.
I agree. Kokichi is right. The floorboard came loose because someone stomped on it.
The floorboards fit perfect. Going to make sure first time we go to empty room.
When we first saw the room, yes. But when I looked again during the investigation, one of the cross pieces supporting the floorboards was cut off. After examining the cut, I concluded that it must have been done deliberately.
Someone? You mean the culprit, right? Why'd they do that?
What did the culprit stand to gain by cutting the crosspiece?
It could be move easier. What did they stand to gain? That's the question. To solve this case, I'll need to think carefully about the crosspiece and floorboard. Tenko's body was at one end of the loose floorboard. Oh, it was that end, I see. And the crosspiece that had been cut was on the other end of the floorboard. The unsupported part was outside the cage, so it could have been stomped on. Only one of the crosspieces was cut. The other two were intact. One of them was right under Tenko, and the other was in the center, right about where the edge of the cage was. What was the culprit attempting to achieve by stomping on the floorboard? Think. Come on, think. Is this gonna be... It's Gambit. Let's see, what is this? Not sure what word it is. Seesaw. Seesaw what? Unclear. Floor. C is here. E. H. No. Not that. Okay, I don't know what the second word is meant to be. Seesaw. T. F. E. E. N. Entrance. There's an N. entry. I don't have any ends. What happened when he was forward was stepped on? Seesaw pick. Effect. That's what it is. That's the wrong button. No, I think there's two F's in effect. There we go.
I see now. That's right. The floorboard might have been used as a seesaw.
I'm not good at anagrams.
A seesaw?
The crosspiece at one end of the floorboard had been cut off. The other two crosspieces holding up that board were close to the cage. Meaning, if you were to apply force to the end of the floorboard with no crosspiece, the next crosspiece would act as a fulcrum to turn the floorboard into a lever. A lever capable of lifting up Tenko's entire body.
Her whole body lifted up?
Yeah, that sounds like a seesaw, all right. But why bother lifting Tenko's body?
They couldn't have killed Tenko like that, unless they used the sickle.
That's exactly it. Using the seesaw trick, it was possible to kill Tenko with a sickle.
To bring her body closer to the outside. If it wasn't through the cage, it must have been under the sheet. And it wasn't, so it must have been Korikio. Unless there's something else going on.
Huh? How?
If it wasn't for the sheet.
In order for the culprit to kill Tenko with a seesaw trick, the placement of the sickle is the most important factor.
Floorboard, seesaw, the cage, and the blood on the white fabric. What conclusions can I draw from this? There's only one place the sickle could have been that is consistent with the evidence. Where was the sickle when Tenko was killed?
That's it! The sickle was at the top of the iron cage, with the blade facing down. The reason we didn't see it was because of the fabric covering the cage. Also, the wooden statue kept the blade in place. It's true that the sickle's handle was thick, which made the statue wobble. But the statue's weight kept it from falling over. Once everything was in place, if you stepped hard enough on the seesaw, Tenko's body would have shot upward and hit the blade on the top of the cage. She was bent over, meaning the sickle's blade would have connected with her neck.
The 6-inch sickle blade wasn't long enough to stab Tenko in a crouched position. But with the floorboard acting as a seesaw, it could compensate for the blade's length.
Bringing the victim to the sickle rather than bringing the sickle to the victim. That's definitely an unorthodox idea.
It's crazy, but it would explain how Tenko got stabbed while she was in the cage.
So the sound we heard was the culprit stomping on the floorboard.
That impact make floorboard come loose.
Looks like we got ourselves a good old-fashioned seesaw homicide. Wait, what the hell's a seesaw homicide? That's fucking crazy!
The craziness is what really makes the killing game fun, you know?
You're not helping.
They can't get away with murder the normal way, so they gotta think outside the box. Kudos, culprit! You did a great job keeping me entertained.
Indeed. Well played, Himiko.
Himiko?
Yeah?
It was you, wasn't it? The one behind the seesaw homicide.
It's very clearly you.
Why her?
Because she's the only one capable of carrying out this plan.
The only one? Why's that?
Because this seesaw homicide required its location to be prepared beforehand.
And then we're gonna use Kokichi's thing about how he fell through the floor in the other room.
By cutting the crosspiece beneath the floorboard, you mean?
Then the culprit would need to lure their victim into the prepared room.
There we go.
That is why you chose that room for the seance. Is it not, Himiko?
However, there are 3 empty rooms. Which one shall we use? Middle room. The middle room's always the best for stuff like this.
Oh yeah! Himiko was the one who chose the site for the seance!
We have evidence.
She likely found out about my plans for the seance somehow.
You were quite vocal about the seance, Kyo. You even had instructions for it in your lab.
We were very interested in trying
Our
it.
culprit, Himiko, prepared her seesaw trap ahead of time.
Himiko was the one who was planning to go in there.
Then she waited for me to host the seance and suggested
Also,
the middle
we
room.
have like multiple things to be like, no.
She led us all into holding the seance right where she wanted it. Then, she killed Tenko, all according to plan.
That's a lie, right? Himiko did such a thing?
In the end, Himiko, who Tenko cherished and loved, tragically killed her.
Wait! We don't know that, right? He's wrong, right, Himiko? Himiko would never kill Tenko, right?
Kill Tenko? I killed Tenko?
Himiko?
What's wrong, Himiko?
It is true that using the middle room was Himiko's idea. But does that mean that Himiko really killed Tenko? Would something like that really happen? Something so cruel. We have evidence. Oh, that's right, an intermission. They do these. Want to save? Yes, let's do that.
Well now.
Since it is at an intermission, I am going to refill my water bottle and probably use the bathroom. Shouldn't take too long. I'll get that done. Maybe they'll be done by the time I get through this Monokuma thing. Let's see. Looks like we've reached the intermission segment, which means it's time for our Guess the Victim quiz. A victim quiz? Not a culprit quiz? The only victims are the people who are still watching this drawn-out, boring crap. Why are you being such a downer all of a sudden?
It's okay.
It is okay. I'm sure everyone is happy. How do you know? I could be skipping this entire conversation for all you know. I can't take it. I can't take it anymore. I'm the real victim here. Me! Why are you getting upset? If anything, I'm the real victim. I gotta put up with all this nonsense all the time.
Absolutely.
That's the right answer, Monodan. Why? He hasn't said anything.
Hey,
Exactly, because there are no victims. Yep, even if you're killed in this killing game, you're a winner. Because then everyone mourns you, and you get tons of posthumous popularity, but...
Daddy!
No, you don't need to reveal this kind of behind-the-scenes details.
all right.
Time makes you more popular, and we gotta die soon too. I'm still in there.
This is my impression of a spooky, scary ghost.
Ah! I'm fine with real ghosts, but impressions of them are too scary!
Is all that remains of a once
Logic does not compute.
Huh? Did you hear something?
You're on the threshold of an amazing
No.
adventure.
I didn't hear anything.
Now they're there. Monokuma toddler things aren't that important now.
Is all that
I'll be
remains
right back.
of a once powerful nation. Right now, you're on the threshold of an amazing adventure. E is all that remains of a once powerful nation. Right now, you're on the threshold of an amazing adventure. E is all that remains of a once powerful nation. Right now, you're on the threshold of an amazing adventure.
Alright.
Is all that remains of a once powerful nation.
Again. Screen back.
Right now, you're on the threshold of an amazing adventure.
You know what else is scary? Sweet buns. Yep, tasty, tasty sweet buns. So round, so sweet, so delicious.
That doesn't sound scary at all!
Is all that remains of a once powerful
I'm scared
nation.
too. Scared of losing my friends.
Right now,
Did you hear something?
threshold of an amazing adventure.
No, I didn't hear anything.
Answer us, Himiko. You chose the middle room to lure us into your trap, did you not? Then you used that trap to kill Tenko, yes?
Well, Donkey Lips, did you kill that twat?
We have, like, multiple things to be like, no, she didn't. Like, I can think of at least 3. Potentially 4, depending on if they want to take people's weight into account and their ability to actually do that. I'm pretty sure she's a fair bit lighter than Tenko.
Wait, must be some mistake. No way Himiko is culprit.
Then she needs to defend herself. Otherwise, this debate is deadlocked.
I don't care if you gotta use magic to do it, but say something already.
Are you even listening?
No, I'm not listening.
What?
I don't care anymore. I'm too tired. Angie died. Tenko died. Why did I have to survive? And now, you're all saying I killed them? I just don't care anymore.
Himiko.
Do whatever. If you want to vote for me, then just go ahead.
The game gets really blah if the suspect isn't into it.
That's not the problem.
Damn it. Don't tell me you've given up.
Himiko, don't give up.
Don't you understand? My life is riding on the outcome of this trial!
Just shut up. I told you, I'm too tired. It's all just a big pain. I can't put up with it anymore.
What are you talking about? If you give up here...
You needn't worry. Himiko was the one who chose that room. Therefore, she is unmistakably the culprit.
We have evidence.
Impossible! Himiko would never kill Tenko! Himiko not that kind of person. Gonta can tell by Himiko's face.
Himiko's a little slow, so I don't think she's capable of handling a complicated crime.
I also think Himiko's not the culprit. Somehow.
Well, you're gonna have to do the...
Either way, we gotta look for more possibilities.
That does seem like rather a pointless quest.
No, it's not. We gotta be strong. Gotta keep thinking. Then we might find new truth. So no give up, Himiko!
Himiko, I know how you feel. I felt the same way after Kaede died. But we can't give up. You survived. We can't give up. For the sake of everyone who died. Oh no, it's just a normal thing.
Performing the seance in that room was Himiko's decision, was it not?
What if someone steered her into picking that room?
Bloody Peachy. Yes, that's
Of
the one.
the 3 empty rooms, why did you select the middle one, Himiko? Because you laid your trap there.
Was trap only in that room? Other rooms may be trapped too.
Yes.
Yeah, even if Himiko picked the room, someone else could have set that trap.
Your opinions are empty words.
If the culprit's plan were to make Himiko suspect, that's a weird sentence. I might have persuaded her to choose that room somehow. How? What would that tell us?
Performing the seance in that room was Himiko's decision, was it not?
What if someone steered her into picking that room?
Of the 3 empty rooms, why did you select the middle one, Himiko? Because you laid your trap there?
Was Trap only in that room? Other rooms may be trapped too.
I agree. It's just like Gonta said. Each room was the same. They were all trapped.
What? Is that true?
Kokichi will tell you.
I was way too careless. Wait, what are you talking about?
I guess. There was no crosspiece supporting this floorboard, so I kinda stepped through. Not bad luck.
While you were in the room next to the crime scene, you found a loose floorboard, right?
Well, I didn't find it so much as I stepped through it and tripped.
What? Hold on! There was also a loose floorboard in the next room?
So the culprit prepared a trap in all 3 empty rooms, not just the middle one.
If the culprit set traps in all the rooms, then they wouldn't need to select a room themselves.
So the real trap was for someone else to pick a room and take the blame.
I see. We were caught in the culprit's trap all along.
Especially you!
But now there's no reason to suspect Himiko, right?
Himiko, do you remember what Tenko told you?
Keep your chin up and live life facing forward. Survive with me and everyone else. Please.
Live life facing forward. She said that to you, right? If you give up on living, you'd be betraying her memory. We're all trying to keep our promises to the dead. This trial, it's not just for our lives. It's for everyone who's died as well. That's why we can't give up. This is our responsibility. We live on.
You're right. Yeah, that's right. If I gave up here, I wouldn't be able to face Angie or Tenko.
That's right. So let's do our best.
Alright, I'm not gonna say it's a pain anymore. I won't give up. I'll fight alongside everyone and survive.
Do not say everyone. After all, the Blackened is still among us.
Jeez, there you go. Killing the mood like usual.
You gotta be practical here.
But damn! Well said, Shuichi. That's what I'd expect from my soul, bro.
Your soul, bro?
Well, anyway, do you think the Blackened this time has some sort of superpower?
What are you talking about?
Well, as a self-proclaimed expert of stepping through floorboards, isn't it weird that no one stepped through that floorboard before the culprit used it?
It's because of the circle.
That is a good point.
It must have been barrier magic. Well, that's one possibility, but I think it might have been something else.
Why did no one step on the floorboard until it was used for the murder? Oh, that's it. That must be the reason. was the... Where's it at? Circle.
This is it! It's because of the magic circle at the scene of the crime.
Also, it's dark in here, so be sure to watch your step. If the magic circle is broken, not only will the seance fail, but it may also unleash a curse.
Before we began the seance, we were warned not to step on the circle. The floorboard in question was within the circle. That's why no one stepped on it.
So the magic circle's purpose was to keep us away from the whole trick.
That was part of the culprit's plans too?
That's right. If that's the case, then the culprit... There's no doubt in my mind, they're the one who killed Tenko. Only one person had the opportunity and the motive. Well, I think everyone might have had a motive just because they wanted out here. I'm not sure if he had anything specific.
It has to be you! Kyo. Was it you?
I need to pick new people to hang out with. Actually, this doesn't necessarily mean he'll be being removed, given that the thing is we need to figure out Angie's murderer. So who even knows what's going to happen with him? What is that?
Whatever are you talking about?
I'm talking about Tenko's murder.
Kyo? Why do you suspect me?
Because you were the one who drew the magic circle.
You're the one who put the shade on there.
The circle kept us from discovering the seesaw trick. But that's not all it was for. In order to make the murder succeed, variables like Tenko's position and the placement of the cage needed to be defined. And those variables were defined by using the magic circle. In short, the circle itself was the most important tool in this murder. Knowing that, the person who drew the magic circle has to be the culprit.
Well, Kyo?
Answer already! Did you do it?
What is so funny?
I was just thinking. So this is how each Blackened must have felt. What an intriguing experience this is.
What? An intriguing experience?
But if I am the culprit as you claim, then I stomped on the floorboard, yes? So, do tell. How could I have stomped on the floorboard during that darkened seance?
I see. That is problem.
Unless that is made clear, you cannot be certain I am the culprit.
How can you be so calm when you're backed into a corner like this?
I will explain that in due time. Please answer my question first.
Probably because someone else got murdered first doesn't count. The culprit stepped on that exact floorboard, even in the darkness. But how? How did they move around in total darkness? In a room that dark, it's hard to imagine the culprit found the right board. Although, even after I put out the candle, I could move along the wall with my hand.
Wait a minute. Maybe...
Did you figure it out?
Mark on the wall? That's it. The culprit didn't even have to see it all. They used the culprit. They probably put a mark on the wall.
That's it! The culprit used touch. They didn't see, they felt.
That way they could get around in the dark, like how I got to the candle.
Wasn't Seesaw in middle of room? Gonta doesn't think it was near wall.
So they probably used something besides the wall to move them, right?
Were there any other markers within reach?
Of course, the answer to that is there was nothing of the sort.
No, I'm sure there was something. A landmark they could have used to determine where the floorboard was. It must have been at the scene. I know it. Hangman's Gambit. Oh. Magic circle. Oh, that's not help. I got the wrong letter. That was not. Need an R. An L? No. The letter, the color is inconsistent.
That's it! The magic circle! They used the magic circle! Remember? The magic circle was drawn with salt. The culprit used the salt's texture to feel their way through the dark.
I see. So Kyo traced the magic circle with his hands to get to the loose floorboard.
Oh, I see. You drew the magic circle with salt to use it as a guide.
An interesting thought. It is unfortunate that it is so wrong.
What?
Recall the document. What did the magic circle look like?
A circle. I don't know what you
Based
want.
on the document, the magic circle wouldn't reach the corners of the room.
There were lines out from it, though.
So what?
When the room was darkened, each of us was in a corner of the room, yes? The magic circle didn't reach us, so I could not have followed it, yes?
Even without it, it wouldn't be that hard to just move forward and just find it. It's not that far away. It's not like you could have run into anything.
But you're talking about the magic circle in the document. That doesn't mean the circle you drew was the same.
No, I most definitely drew it exactly the same. I have it perfectly memorized.
So which is it? Is there any way to check?
Not anymore. The magic circle is a complete mess from being trampled on.
Just gotta remember it. I see. Another piece of the puzzle. Kibo, do you have like a photograph thing? Can you just show us? Drawing the circle with salt, all but guaranteed it would be temporary. Keep hearing something. The investigation itself would have gotten rid of the evidence. Clever.
Everyone, may I have your attention, please?
Yeah, you're here to help.
What a pain. We don't have any way to check it now.
Don't listen to Kibo.
Excuse me, everyone. May I have your attention, please?
Well, I guess there's no point in discussing the magic circle anymore.
Hey, may I have your attention?
Oh, I said cut that out! It's too bright!
I apologize. I just wanted everyone to listen to me.
About what?
I had Mio add another function to my body, in addition to the flashlight.
What the? No way! Did you really? Stop! You can't! I didn't install it for that purpose!
Please, let me use it! With it, I might be able to save everyone.
Alright, so what is this function?
It's an image recording function.
Image recording?
Specifically, this function allows me to dispense a printout of my own memory. I'll give it a try. Ready?
Where are you going to print it out of?
From your mouth?
I also used magic like that before.
This printout is my memory of being kicked out of the seance. Please confirm that the floor of the empty room is clearly visible. Go on, take the picture and see for yourself.
Okay. Got it.
I reluctantly took the paper from Kibo's mouth. So, this is the magic circle used for the seance.
Well, Shuichi, do you notice anything?
Notice anything? It's the lines.
There! This helped a lot, Kibo. Without you.
I had honestly kind of seen that when I was looking at the actual document and then looking at the circle. I was like, huh, that's weird. Oh well.
I never would have seen through Kiyo's lie.
Memory is bad.
My lie.
You just said that you drew the magic circle exactly as it appears in the document. But that's a lie, isn't it? The magic circle at the scene had lines that stretched to the room's corners, which means that you would be able to find the floorboard from anywhere in the room.
So it was different from the document after all.
All because Himiko noticed. And because of Kibo, too.
Hey, where's my things? I'm the one who installed that function into Kibo.
Why are you just saying
Hey,
don't
yeah! What was it you were saying about its purpose?
I'm a little concerned.
Oh, to be honest, the purpose of that image recording function is to monitor my health. Specifically, I make Kibo use that function every day to analyze my turds.
Please don't.
You're what? Why?
We can not discuss this here. We can do something else.
Shit is a great indicator of intestinal health and gut bacteria quality. Plus, taking a satisfying shit does wonders for a woman's natural beauty, so...
Oh my god.
See? You're all grossed out! This is why I didn't want to tell you about my plan!
Quit talking about your poop. No one cares.
Yes, thank you.
Kyo, you killed Tenko, didn't you? Just give up and admit it already.
This doesn't quite solve the problem.
So, Kiyo, if you have any objections, you can...
Your deductions are fiction.
Objections. Why? Who knows?
Well, since you've given me the option, I will most certainly object.
Guess we're gonna be like...
To be honest, it's unimportant, but it may be an amusing diversion.
Oh, you were on put the cloth on, and also the one that took it off. the one who insisted they be taken off in the exact same order by the same people at that. Unimportant.
Now I shall bear witness to your abilities, Shuichi. Do entertain me. If you are going to claim I am the culprit...
What is, white sheet... Put on the back... Yeah, okay, that's what I need.
Then what of the murder weapon?
You threw it under the floor. We figured that out already.
It was set up in the cage.
Sure was. Guess you could have done that.
The only people capable of that.
You?
Are Kokichi and Shuichi, who carried the cage.
No. We already
So
covered.
suspicion should fall on them.
True, we could have placed the sickle there, but we could not have removed it later. Because we weren't the ones who lifted the cage. That was Himiko.
The only person who could have collected the sickle is Himiko.
Incorrect. Oops. He said it.
But the only people who could have placed the sickle are Kokichi and Shuichi. But in regards to that dilemma, I did not carry the cage, nor did I lift it. I had no opportunity to touch the sickle.
There we go.
I'll cut through your words!
Guess I figured it out. And just go.
The only person who could have set up the sickle and retrieved it afterward is Kyo. That was done by covering the cage with a white cloth. You could have secretly placed the sickle when you draped the cloth. And retrieved it afterward when you removed the cloth.
And just dropped it in the hole, I guess.
Then, while everyone was distracted, you discreetly dropped the sickle under the floor.
Wonderful! That's exactly correct.
Yeah, I'm sure you're all cheery like this, because none of this really counts, as far as we're aware. What?
It's correct? Then why don't you give up already?
The trick I put so much work into is just wasted effort now. Alas.
So, it was you? You killed Tenko?
Let me guess. You'll never forgive me. Himiko, you must hate me so very much. Maybe you'd feel better if I was executed by Monokuma. But unfortunately for you, that won't happen.
Yeah.
Because if you vote for me, every spotless, including myself, will die.
What you talking about, Kyo?
Absolutely gonna get some retribution, tie you up or something. You're not going anywhere.
You still don't understand? I killed Tenko, that is the truth. But it is meaningless in this class trial.
Meaningless?
You mean Monokuma's extra rule, right?
That's right. What happens to your votes if there are two blackened candidates? Well, I have an answer for that. It's first come, first served.
You see, I killed Tenko, but not Angie. For us, Tenko's death is nothing but a trivial issue. Because the blackened in this trial is the culprit who killed Angie.
Trivial issue? No, that's gotta be a lie. You probably killed Angie too.
That is simply not possible. Recall that I was unable to enter Angie's lab.
If you don't know how to pick a lock.
Only student council members and Kokichi could enter research lab.
Because he can pick a lock, and anyone could do that if they knew how.
How could I have possibly killed Angie when I couldn't even enter her lab?
I don't really necessarily think it was you, though, admittedly. You were acting far too nonchalant about the whole ordeal.
We can figure that out. No one else could have done it besides you. If you're the one who killed Tenko, you gotta be the one who killed Angie!
I understand how you feel, Himiko, but maybe we can discuss this rationally and calmly. There is a non-zero possibility that Kyo is telling the truth.
So you understand how she feels. I see. Wait, robots can understand human feelings?
Of course I understand. I worked really hard to understand.
Hey, why are you getting all worked up, Kibo? Chill, dude.
That's enough! It's voting time! I'm gonna vote for him!
It's not helpful.
Voting for me will only help the one who murdered Angie.
Isn't Kyo culprit?
Of course I'm not. This case was an error on my part. Monokuma added that rule after both bodies were found, yes? How was I to know that the trial would only be for Angie's killer? Had I known, I certainly wouldn't have killed Tenko.
You're lying! You killed Tenko and Angie!
Now hold on. Jumping to conclusions here is dangerous.
Wouldn't be much point in that.
We should talk it out more. This case might have juicy plot twists waiting to happen.
Nuts to that! Any way you look at this case, Kyo is obviously the culprit.
Yeah, there's sort of no other way to look at it.
No, it's too dangerous to vote before we arrive at a logical decision.
Yeah, we're gonna do the...
The culprit's one of you! Wowee! This argument is getting intense! At times like this...
The Ultimate Academy is proud to present its very own more phenomenal trial grounds!
Yippee! I've been waiting for this!
Why were you waiting for it?
Kyo confessed to killing Tenko, but insists he didn't kill Angie. We won't forgive Kyo for what he did, but we can't vote until we know the facts. I have to pin down the evidence and convince everyone.
Kyo killed Tenko and Angie!
I got this! But he couldn't get into Angie's research lab.
He forced his way into Angie's research lab and killed her!
Kyo! Anyone could have entered my lab.
The katana was found in Kyo's lab.
Kibo! We don't know for certain that Kyo killed Angie.
I think I'm doing... Okay. I messed up the words. I'm done debating already. Accurate Shuichi. I don't think Shuichi's meant to be saying this. That doesn't make sense. Remember when I said that anyone who didn't vote would receive death? What kind of bear would I be if I didn't keep my promise? Promises. Bye-bye, Shuichi. That's not...
Is this really the end?
Okay, try that again.
We can't let it end here.
I messed up your keywords. No, we can skip this. Skip it. Okay.
Kyo killed Tango and Angie!
He forced his way into Angie's research lab and killed her!
The katana was found in Kyo's lab.
So Kyo did kill Tanko, but he not blackened?
How long ago?
Kokichi! Perhaps there's a second blackened we need to find.
He was planning to use the new rule to protect himself all along.
Kyo! Not possible. That rule was added after both murders.
We solved the mystery of Tanko's death. Can't we just vote now?
I got this! Not yet. There's still another mystery to solve.
Kyo killed Tanko and Angie!
We aren't consistent. Our position looks weak. We have to work together. If we vote now, we'll never know the truth. We have to defend that point.
Kyo killed Tanko and Angie!
Kibo! We don't know for certain that Kyo killed Angie.
He forced his way into Angie's research lab and killed her!
Kyo! Anyone could have entered my lab.
That's not right.
The katana was found in Kyo's lab.
Kyo!
This one.
Anyone could have entered my lab.
Anyone could have done that.
So Kyo did kill Tanko, but he not blackened?
Kokichi!
Do that
Perhaps
again.
there's a second blackened we need to find.
Okay.
He was planning to use the new rule to protect himself all along.
Kyo! Not possible. That rule was added after both murders.
We solved the mystery of Tanko's death.
I got this! Not yet. There's still another mystery to solve.
He forced his way into Angie's...
Okay.
Kyo killed Tanko and Angie!
Kibo! We don't know for certain that Kyo killed Angie.
He forced his way into Angie's research lab and killed her!
I got this! But he couldn't get into Angie's research lab.
The katana was found in Kyo's lab.
Kyo! Anyone could have entered my lab.
So Kyo did kill Tanko, but he not...
Kokichi! Perhaps there's a second blackened we need to find.
He was planning to use the new rule to protect himself all along.
Kyo! Not possible. That rule was added after both murders.
We solved the mystery of Tanko's death. Can't we just vote now?
I got this! Not yet. There's still another mystery to solve.
Oh, this part.
This is our answer!
It would be a mistake to vote before we've completely solved Angie's murder. And there's still the mystery of Tanko's murder.
Mystery? What kind of mystery?
Well, Kyo's confession derailed our conversation a bit. But we still have to go over one of the clues found at Tanko's crime scene. I believe it might even have something to do with Angie's murder.
Yes, the outlying piece of evidence at Tenko's murder scene. Would be the right one, which is somewhere. Dried blood on the floorboard. There's blood on it! Yes, there's blood on it! That's not my fault. There's blood on the thing
This is
as well.
it.
That's dumb.
The blood stain found under the floor. Maki and I found it during the investigation. It was beneath the floorboard that the culprit stomped on.
Is that Tanko's plot?
That bloodstain was too far from Tenko's corpse to have been hers.
Also, the bloodstain was already dry when we found it. But the blood from Tenko's body hadn't even begun to dry yet.
Well, that's weird. Why was that bloodstain the only dry one?
The bloodstain under the floorboard was dry because it was there before Tenko was killed. No. Blood, Portland. Red, no. What are you talking about?
Damn it!
It was there before the seance. Those are the same thing.
That's it! The bloodstain wasn't from Tenko's murder. It was there before we started the seance.
Before the seance?
That should make it clear whose blood it was. Bloodstain from before the seance. It has to be them. Angie.
That's it! That bloodstain wasn't Tenko's. It was Angie's.
Why was blood from Angie at the scene of Tenko's murder?
Yeah, wasn't Angie killed in her research lab?
Just because we found her body there doesn't mean she was killed there.
Ah, I guess that's possible.
Which should also explain how someone would have gotten in. She wouldn't have been able to lock it if she left.
If Angie wasn't killed in her lab, then that opens up a lot more possibilities. We assumed that only council members could have killed Angie since her body was in her lab. But if she died somewhere else, then we can't suspect just the council members anymore.
So the culprit didn't enter her lab, but waited for her to come out of it?
I'm not sure if the culprit waited for her, but they probably killed her when she came out. Well, I thought that was more likely from the start. So I went to places Angie might have gone and checked all 3 empty rooms.
Places she might have gone? Why did you check the empty rooms then?
The empty rooms were the only places I could think of that Angie would go.
Did Angie have business in rooms?
It seems Kokichi's up to his usual misleading nonsense again.
I do lie a lot, and I could be lying right now too. But I'm pretty sure someone's panicking right now because of my lie.
Angie left her lab on her own and headed to the room where she was killed. Is Kokichi's statement true? Or...
The art research lab is not where Angie was killed. She was killed in the empty room instead!
She left her lab on her own?
But why would she go into an empty room? There shouldn't have been anything in there. Except for candles.
That's it! She wanted a candle! Keep herself awake at night. She would drip hot wax on her body.
That sounds like something only you would do, Miu.
What did Kokichi see? Something Angie did. There has to be a clue there.
The art research...
Oh, you want to burn it. So you want a candle for that. Gotcha.
lab is not where Angie was killed. She was killed in the empty room instead!
She left her lab on her own?
I like that.
But why would she go into an empty room? There shouldn't have been anything in there.
Except for candles.
That's it! She wanted a candle!
Yeah.
I agree. That's it. Angie went to that room to get a candle.
Yeah, for kinky wax play!
No.
No. Angie was going to use it for the ritual. According to the Necronomicon, to resurrect the dead.
After preparing the effigy, burn this Necronomicon to ashes. With caution, be mindful of carbon monoxide poisoning.
Then, did she seek out a candle so she could burn the book?
That's right. There's nothing to start a fire with in Angie's lab. So she went to go get a candle from one of the empty rooms.
And that's when the culprit attacked her!
That's why there was dried blood underfloor.
Which means Angie was attacked in the same room the seance was held. Bravo, Himiko. Well done for choosing that room for the seance. If we hadn't done the seance in that room, then Tenko's murder would have been in another room. If that happened, no one would have discovered Angie's blood stain under the floorboards.
That's right. Shuichi and I only checked under the floorboards where Tenko died.
Yep, it's all thanks to Himiko for choosing the same room as Angie.
If we had a bit more time, I probably would have tried to look under the other ones.
This must be a Tua's will. Or maybe the power of magic.
It's neither. I just picked one.
Hold on. You're all acting as though you've proven that as fact already. You claim Angie was murdered in the empty room, and then moved to the lab? Then how do you explain the large amount of blood in the lab? It may be possible to carry a body, but blood cannot be moved.
I think maybe she was just knocked out.
I think she was still alive after the attack in the empty room. She was killed after she was carried to her lab.
That means the culprit attacked her twice. I have evidence of that. Right. Lacerations on the forehead. The lacerations on the forehead. Didn't die. Why was she attacked twice? Because... What are you talking about? Okay, the forehead injury is a separate thing.
This is it!
Paying attention.
The fatal wound was a cut to the back of her neck from the katana. But she also showed signs of blunt force trauma, and I think I know why. After Angie was knocked unconscious in the empty room, she was killed in her lab.
I see. So that puddle of blood is from the killing blow. Ha! It's all clear now. Angie was attacked in the empty room, carried to her lab, and it was there that the culprit finished her off.
All clear. This is all clear. What are you all talking about? All clear? What is all clear? What are you? All clear?
What's your problem?
What are you all? You what? What are I will not fear. I will not back down.
You have pretty lipstick.
Sweet Korekio, calm yourself.
What?
Their words are all hollow. There is no meaning to any of them.
What?
You must teach these ignorant children a lesson. Yes, you're right. Okay, I'll teach them.
Have fun.
What the hell are you mumbling about? You're giving me the goddamn willies!
Not yet. Nothing is clear at all. It's full of doubts, of mysteries, of a dense, impenetrable fog! Nothing is clear at all!
Okay. More of this. Bloody duct tape.
Angie was attacked in the empty room first,
Yes.
and then carried into the research lab?
There we go.
Impossible! Impossible! That's nothing but a delusion! You intend to poison our minds with your delusions?
It's no delusion. Angie's 2 external wounds tell the story.
Why are you moving so slow?
After she was struck in the empty room, she was carried to the art research lab and then killed.
You say the culprit carried Angie's body?
Why do you care?
And not a single drop of blood fell?
Oh,
The hallway and empty room had no bloodstains. Even if you wipe them down
Oh,
later,
I had it. Whoops.
there'd still be traces of evidence left behind. But there was no evidence anywhere, was there, Shuichi?
Evidence.
I'll cut through your words! There was evidence left at the scene. The bloody tape under Angie's body.
What?
It was wrapped around her head to stop the bleeding while she was being carried.
Bloody tape? Gonta didn't notice at all.
It was under the body. It's most likely evidence the culprit should have gotten rid of. But since it was hidden, the culprit didn't notice and failed to dispose of it.
It must have fallen as the fatal blow was dealt, and ended up under her body.
It must have been Atua who did that for us.
What? Atua? How long are you going to keep that up?
That's whatever.
Now we know most of the mystery behind Angie's murder.
I'm convinced there's only one person who could have killed Angie.
Huh? Are you gonna say it was still for Kyo? That wouldn't make sense. Hold on. Let's see. I can only think of still for Kyo. Who's that?
It has to be you!
Okay.
It's you, Kyo. You killed Angie.
What the fuck? So it's true!
Why no?
Well, that was obvious. Such a boring, obvious answer.
You killed both of them. Why did you kill them?
I don't see a reason for
In
both
terms
them.
of pure logic, only one victim was necessary to win.
Why? Why you killed them both?
I think one of the murders was an accident.
Mm,
An accident?
Unless you were going for Kimiko, she didn't volunteer to go in the cage, but I still don't know why you would have done that at all.
That's right. It wasn't part of the plan.
Unless...
Huh? Which one?
Murder that was an accident. Murder... That wasn't... Tenko's was too planned out. You couldn't have.
That's it! Angie's murder was an accident.
It doesn't make sense.
What? Tango wasn't accident?
That's right. Kyo originally planned to kill someone with a seesaw trick. But while he was making preparations in the empty room, Angie walked in. So he decided to kill her in order to keep her from talking.
And then still go through with it just so that he could claim that, oh, his clans got messed up, and now can't vote for me or you'll get in trouble. You'll all die.
She just happened to walk in on the culprit setting up and was killed.
Then he should have just stopped there. Once he killed Angie, there was no reason for him to kill Tinko.
You only needed to kill one for this game. Killing two is pointless. If you get bonus points for killing more, then sure. Otherwise, it leaves more clues behind.
Why, Kyo? Why you kill two of our friends?
What is it? What on earth are you talking about? No, I'm not the culprit. So, why is everyone looking at me like I am? Why? Why are they? Why is it? Calm yourself, Korekio.
I have no idea what's happening here. You're being weird. You supposed to be possessed?
You
Some sort
mustn't
of
raise
thing.
your voice. You mustn't stutter. You mustn't lose composure. You mustn't become flustered. You mustn't waver. Look at their horrid faces. This sorry lot is not worth agonizing over. You're right. Yeah, you're right.
There he goes again. What the hell's wrong with him?
It almost seems like he's talking with someone.
Someone? He's just talking to himself! And why the hell is he wearing lipstick?
It's pretty. Who cares?
No matter how loudly you protest, this is a trivial matter. I will never acknowledge your allegations. Not a single one of them. So you see, there is no evidence that I killed Angie. No, I will not acknowledge it. I will only acknowledge facts, true events. I won't acknowledge fiction, mystery. I won't acknowledge your deductions or guesses. Well said. Good job, Korekio. Yes, thanks.
Creeps me the fuck out!
No evidence. There's no evidence that he killed Angie?
You're wrong. there is evidence.
What? You do realize bluffs like that won't work, yes?
The weapon that was used to knock Angie unconscious in the empty room. That weapon tells us the whole story, Kyo.
That's not possible. I think you may have misunderstood. Apologize. Come on, apologize.
Apologize. Apologize. Apologize.
Apologize. Apologize, apologize. Apologize, 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 apologize.
Seriously, what the hell's happening?
It's having a mental breakdown. I have no idea what's happening with Kyo. But I know what weapon he used on Angie. I have to prove it to him. Oh, it's this thing.
I have nothing to admit. You are simply wrong.
Yes, I'm not the culprit.
So I have nothing to confess. I have nothing to admit. You are simply wrong.
I don't play a lot of rhythm games.
Yes, I'm not the culprit.
So I have nothing to confess. Why must you force your delusions on us?
You're lying.
That's merely a delusion. Well said, Correcchio. To continue this debate is meaningless.
Look at the
Why must you force your delusions on us?
You're lying.
That's merely a delusion. Well said, Correcchio.
Okay.
To continue this debate is meaningless. Why must you force your delusions on us?
You're lying.
I think part of it
I
is...
told you I am not the culprit. So why are you looking at me like that? You're all wrong, not me. Correcchio speaks the truth. Such a sorry lot. Apologize. 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 Apologize.
Okay.
I told you I am not the
Part of the
culprit.
problem
So why are you
is
looking at me
that
like that? You're all
think
wrong, not me.
that's
Correcchio speaks the
a-
truth. Such a sorry lot.
an Xbox controller. I remember
Apologize.
that being
Apologize.
the problem.
Apologize.
So it
I told you I am not the culprit.
like how they
Why
would
are you
be
looking at me
on
like that?
the Xbox
You're all
controller,
wrong, not me. Correcchio speaks
but
the truth.
I'm using
Such a
a
sorry
Switch
lot.
controller.
Apologize. Apologize.
they-
Apologize.
That.
Apologize. Apologize. I told you
Oh,
I
what are
am
you
not the
doing?
culprit. So why are you looking at me like that? You're all wrong, not me. Correcchio speaks the truth. Such a sorry lot. Apologize.
Can I?
Apologize.
No, I'm
Apologize.
No.
Apologize. Apologize. I told you I am not the culprit. So why are you looking at me like that? You're all wrong, not me. Correcchio speaks the truth. Such a sorry lot.
This is a nightmare.
Apologize. 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 Apologize.
Oh,
You have no proof that Correcchio is the killer.
Lord. Move. That's not right. Breathing
I
floor.
told you I am not the culprit. So why are you looking at me like that? You're all wrong, not me. Correcchio speaks the truth. Such a sorry lot. You have no proof that Correcchio is the killer.
Move.
It ends here! Kyo hit Angie with the same floorboard used in the seesaw trick.
I see. And how do you know the floorboard was the murder weapon?
There was a small patch of dried blood on the underside of the floorboard.
Angie's blood?
Blood that spattered there when the culprit struck Angie with the board. But that's not the only evidence that she was hit with that floorboard. There's also the bloodstain under the floor to consider. For that to be there, the floorboard must not have been in place at the time of the attack.
Good point. Had the floorboard been in place, her blood wouldn't have splattered beneath it.
Kyo's earlier confession is further evidence that the floorboard was used.
How?
If the weapon used to hit Angie is the floorboard from the seesaw trick,
It means the culprit knew about the seesaw, so the same person killed Tenko and Angie. I believe that while Kyo was setting up the seesaw, he was holding the board when Angie walked in.
And he cold-cocked her with the floorboard.
all you can do now is accept it. You even confessed to Tenko's murder already.
So it's true. This is the truth.
Looks like we're almost at the end. All right, Shuichi. I'll leave the finale to you. Bring down the house.
You haven't exactly done anything during this trial.
Chief, please, put an end to this. For Angie and Tenko's sake. End this class trial.
I understand. I'll go over everything one more time. Kyo, I want you to confess. No, I will force you to confess.
Who's the culprit with the saw in the empty room? We have, what was... Which? Oh, it's these. With the sliding lock. Floorboard. Stuck duct tape. Oops. What weapon? Okay. No floorboard. It was used suppressing the injuries. Duct tape. Weapon killed Angie. That's not. Okay. Use effigy stabbed with the katana. I don't think we can do that yet. Handle the katana. Get the lock. Unlock the door. That would have been Kikichi, which we don't have yet. We just have the sickle and the stone. Okay. Who besides Kokichi is the culprit able to... Where's that? There. And now we have the other half of them. Just unlock them first. Okay. Let's see. Culprit approach the cage. Right, stomp on the floorboard. Magic circle got erased just from a bunch of people being around. Nope. Okay. Shuichi, handle. Andy's body was who unlocked the door. Oops. Kichi. Who's Effigy? Kaede. There we go.
This is the truth of the case! Let's look back at the first murder. It was late last night. The culprit was in the empty room on the 4th floor. The culprit was preparing the seance murder they had planned. To use the floorboard as a seesaw, they had to cut the crosspiece supporting it. The plan was to make the same preparations for all 3 empty rooms. This would divert suspicion away from the culprit and whoever picked a room. To cut the crosspieces, they needed a saw. I imagine they got one from the warehouse. They were planning to cut the crosspieces in all 3 rooms. However, when the culprit was working on the middle room, the unexpected happened. Angie walked into that room and saw the culprit making their preparations. She needed some fire for the ritual and had gone to the room for a candle. At that point, the culprit had not finished the setup and was just cutting crosspieces. Angie might not have concluded that it was tied to some kind of murder plan. But now that Angie had seen it, the culprit couldn't use the seesaw trick. Any other person might have just given up, but not our culprit. The culprit took the floorboard they loosened and struck the unsuspecting Angie in the head. The culprit did not want to give up on their plan and had to improvise. They wrapped duct tape around Angie's injury to stop the bleeding. Then they picked up her unconscious body and carried her to a research lab. While she was unconscious, the culprit hurried to tie up this loose end. But because they were in a hurry, they made a crucial oversight. They didn't notice the duct tape had peeled off and was under Angie's body. Without that evidence, we may never have figured out the culprit's trick. Carrying the supplies they needed, the culprit returned to the ultimate art lab. Locked the front door from inside. And took out the katana they brought from their own lab. They then stabbed Angie in the back of the neck, finally killing her. Then, to further confuse us, the culprit attempted to make a locked room mystery. First, they used rope from the warehouse and hung 4 effigies upside down. There were 2 reasons for this. to overwhelm the room with an occult atmosphere. And the other was the key to locking the room. The culprit stuck the katana into Kaede's effigy near the rear entrance. And spun the effigy around to twist up the rope. After enough turns, the culprit let go and headed for the rear door. Once released, the effigy began spinning, and the gold leaf katana with it. The handle of the katana then hit the sliding lock, locking the door. A difficult trick, but remember that the lock was so loose it moved at the slightest touch. The culprit also would have had the opportunity to attempt it many times. Once complete, the door was locked, but the duct tape was left behind. Perhaps the culprit noticed it, but by that point, it was too late. The room was sealed. There was no way for them to get back inside. Then, this morning, we opened up the room and discovered Angie's body. But the culprit wasn't finished. They wanted one more murder. To do that, they manipulated us into performing this seance. Of the 3 empty rooms, the middle one was chosen for the seance. I was invited by Kokichi to take Kibo's place in the seance. Tenko volunteered to be the medium, but she never imagined it would get her killed. To perform the seance, the culprit claimed they needed something for Tenko. A small stone that Himiko had brought from the courtyard. Tenko, at the culprit's request, bowed her head until it was touching the stone. That position was instrumental in making sure the murder went as planned.
Who's the book say that, though? I don't remember.
Next, Kokichi and I placed the iron cage over Tenko in the middle of the magic circle. The culprit then volunteered to drape the white cloth over the iron cage. We didn't realize it at the time, but that was a deliberate decision by the culprit. They needed to set up the murder weapon that was used to kill Tenko. While they were covering the cage with a cloth, they secretly placed the sickle. Finally, 4 of us placed the wooden statue on top of the cage.
I don't think we ever even used that piece of evidence.
The culprit used the weight of the statue to keep the murder weapon in place. After the preparations were complete, we began the seance. In complete darkness, we each stood in one corner and sang the Cage Child song. When the song finished, the soul of the dead was supposed to enter the medium. But our culprit had another plan, to commit a murder in the darkness. Right after we started singing, the culprit began making their way toward Tenko. It would have been quite difficult to do in total darkness, but our culprit had a guide. They used the lines of the magic circle drawn with salt. The culprit felt for the salt and used it to guide them along.
I'm surprised no one would have heard him changing position.
And when the culprit reached the center of the circle,
I don't think his voice cut out at any point.
they found the floorboard that had its crosspiece cut off the night before. Then lifted up their foot and stomped down hard on the floorboard. The floorboard lifted up like a seesaw and pushed Tenko's body up toward the ceiling of the cage. Tenko was stabbed in the back of the neck by the sickle on the top of the cage. She was killed right before our eyes, and we didn't even see it. After committing the crime, the culprit followed the salt back to their corner. Finished the ritual and had us light the candles. We followed the culprit's directions and removed the equipment used for the seance. And discovered Tenko's body. And while we were all focused on the body, the culprit picked up the sickle and dropped it under the floor through the hole in the corner of the room. Ironically, the final step of the murder was unwittingly carried out by us. The culprit had planned the murder so that we would unintentionally destroy some evidence. That evidence was the magic circle that the culprit used to navigate in the dark. However, the culprit didn't know that Kibo had taken a picture. He really saved us. Without that, we wouldn't know what changes were made to the circle. But now we know for certain, and we know the culprit drew the magic circle. Korekio Shinguchi, the ultimate anthropologist. You're the culprit behind these murders.
I've run out of people to talk to.
That's where my detective work leads us. It all fits.
Two of the people I was trying to do free time events with will no longer be here. I've only got Kibo left. I need to find at least one other person. And that's if they work at all. They weren't working before. None of them activated. Even though they seem to appreciate the things I gave them. I know Tenko did.
Sweet Korekio. There were times when it's necessary to admit defeat. Admit?
Yeah. Okay.
So you finally admit you did it.
Unfortunately, yes. Yes. It's unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. My one regret, my only regret,
was not being able to make 100 friends.
I don't think there's enough people here for that.
100 friends?
It was my dream to make 100 friends. Oh, it's so unfortunate! I was so close to 100!
What are you talking about? I do not understand a word of this.
Why are you so stuck like that?
Who gives a fuck? Let's vote for this kooky bastard and be done with this already!
Roger that! One voting time! Coming up!
The heart racing excitement as...
The heart racing excitement!
As the blackened and the spotless finally face off!
It's voting time!
Yeah, they don't like you. That's right, I have to participate. I don't know why that is. That's a very odd thing. Unless that's gonna actually come up and do something later.
Now then, it seems the voting has finished. Let's see the result.
He voted for himself, it seems.
Who will be chosen as the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one?
Oh, I had a rough time in that debate. Oh, which one was that? Unclear. When was logic application difficulty set to mean? I thought I set it to normal. Unless mean is normal. I don't remember. Oh well. Wow, seriously? You're correct again.
Absolutely right!
Amazing! This is the third correct verdict in a row.
All right!
If you manage to get 12 correct verdicts in a row, you'll proceed to the bonus round. How's this gonna last that long?
For now.
It's finally over.
No.
No, not yet. I haven't heard his answer yet. Kyo, why? Why did you kill Angie and Tenko? I mean, Angie just wandered in and Tenko was there. It could have easily been you. You had volunteered to be in that position initially.
Right!
Oh yeah, both of them. Yeah, you know, no need to kill them both. No matter what motive you have.
Oh?
Motive?
Hey!
Did your motive have something to do with the transfer student who was resurrected? Even if it did, though, how did that trigger a murder?
Hey!
Don't tell me. Are you actually scared of the resurrection ritual, Kaito? Are you talking to Kaito?
Shut up!
Shut up! I never said I was scared. The resurrection ritual had nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it. Because we're friends, I'll tell you. Never once believed in the ritual. I would never kill someone over a silly thing like that. Such a silly thing as that. Oh.
What?
Well, it has nothing to do with the motive.
Yeah?
Then why?
Yes.
The one that I love.
There is someone that I love.
In the bottom of my heart, someone so dear, someone I long for. You're gonna...
I love her with all my heart.
That's uncomfortable.
And she loves me with all her heart.
But...
Yes, we vowed an endless love to each other.
That.
Forever bound by fate. None can come between us. We are bound by an intense love. No matter what anyone says.
Please put a clothing.
What?
Bragging about your perfect love life. Fuck you. Some of us aren't that lucky. So to see this lover of yours, you had to escape.
Don't tell me.
That's why you killed Angie and Denko? Well, why did you need to kill both? If you asked if I did it to escape this place, my answer would be no.
Wonderful.
I have no need to escape this place. The one I love is inside.
Wait!
Don't look at me. I'm not his lover. Okay.
Yeah.
Calm down. No one would want a disgusting shit-stuffed bitch like you anyway. Jesus.
Kersploosh!
What?
Hey!
Kyo, who is it? Who's this person you love?
Hey,
Is it really one of us? I don't think that's what he meant. When I say inside, I do not mean inside this academy.
You see.
I mean inside me.
Sister.
That's... Can you not? Yes, the one I love lives inside me. My dearest sister.
Huh?
Sister?
Wait!
Don't look at me. I'm not his sister. No one's looking at you.
Right?
Duh. If you were his sister, he would have killed himself already. Jeez.
Wait!
Your sister. But didn't you say she was your lover?
Whatever is the matter?
Oh, you're begging discomfort. It's not that difficult. No. Can we...
I loved her so deeply. And she loved me so deeply. The fact that we were siblings meant nothing to us. They called it forbidden love. But none could stop the love we shared. Oh, how I long for my sister's warmth. The only time I felt at peace was when I was enveloped in my sister's warmth. For my beloved sister.
That is why, my beloved sister, I had to...
Always messing around.
You had to escape from here, right?
No.
No. I had to kill for her.
Huh?
What?
Sister.
Sister was very sickly. She was always in and out of the hospital ever since she was a child. Because of that, she didn't have many friends. She always seemed so lonely.
However...
Even if I could be her little brother I couldn't be her friend. So I thought I'd find some friends. Friends for my dear deceased sister.
Huh?
Deceased?
Do you understand?
Sister's now a ghost. So her friends should be ghosts too, right?
For my beloved sister!
For sister's sake, I've killed many. To send her 100 friends. You are wonderful people. Worthy of being sister's friends.
Huh?
What?
Incomprehensible.
This is too impossible to understand. Too impossible.
Sister.
Sister is very happy.
Yes.
I don't even know what... You're possessed, I guess? Yes, Korikyo, I am very happy. Thanks to you, I am not lonely.
What?
Could it be that the lipstick version of Kyo is...
I am Korekio's older sister.
Thank you for looking after my little brother.
What?
Alright. But what the hell?
Yes.
After I lost my beloved sister, I was so distraught I nearly went mad. Sister came to save me.
I am pleased.
Visited me during one of my seances and stayed inside me.
Sister.
Now I can see her whenever I want. I'm never lonely.
Correcchio.
That is wonderful, Correcchio. Your love made the impossible possible.
Are you serious?
Are you serious? Is this really a spirit?
I told you.
He's just delusional. But a sad girl who can't even believe in the power of love.
Ew.
Either way, he's totally out of his mind. I mean, he killed her for a dead chick.
Well, you know.
You said you killed a lot already, right? So it wasn't just the two you killed here.
What was that?
What? Seems like he was already crazy before he got here.
Because?
You didn't kill to escape from here. That wasn't your purpose from the get-go. You just wanted to slaughter a bunch, huh?
Unacceptable.
Do not make me out to be some bloodthirsty, indiscriminate killer. I only kill girls who I think are worthy of being sisters' friends.
Huh?
Only girls? See, so when we were deciding on who should be the medium... Before that, let's choose a spiritual medium. It would work best with a girl. You said it would work best with a girl. I spent my time evaluating all the girls here.
Wonderful.
Besides Monkey and Mew, they were all worthy. All worthy of being sisters' friends.
Yeah?
All worthy?
Why, you...
Hey, how come I'm not included? I mean, not like I care.
Then...
Then the second victim would have been me. Nico died in place of me. And then I'll do it. I can't think of anyone but me that Angie's spirit should go in. No. Or no. They switched her face. I can't think of anyone but me that Angie's spirit should go in. That's the one. No, I'll do it.
Excellent.
Miko would have been great, but Tenko volunteering made me so happy. Her noble, earnest heart made her a perfect friend for sister.
Wonderful.
She even infiltrated the student council to protect Himiko.
Huh?
Huh? Infiltrate? Really?
But
how did you... Well, obviously. It was obvious to me. I've studied many people. Yes.
Can this be?
She stood up against the darkness of the school all by herself. All for her beloved friend.
Beautiful.
I was so touched by that. Wonderful. She was a perfect friend for sister. I can't understand why you didn't like her, Himiko. Though I was planning on having you become sister's friend too, eventually.
No way!
What? You do all that for... Wow, you did all that just to kill. You to go that far, that's pretty impressive. You were interested in the caged child, just so you could use it to kill someone, right?
Let's see.
It interested me as an anthropologist, of course, but more than that.
For my beloved sister!
To kill your sister. Cannot deny that overpowering feeling. Yeah, you don't want to
are you okay?
Naito, are you okay? You look kinda pale. Don't worry about it. Let's focus on Kyo right now. Allow me to explain though. I not plan to kill both of them. I knew I would have plenty of chances after escaping this place.
However...
But Angie walked in on me preparing, and I ended up killing her a different way. So I figured I may as well kill someone else too. After all, it would be a shame to just waste the seance trick I prepared.
What is that?
You're talking like you killed her just because you could. No, not just because I could. I was sending another friend, sister.
Correcchio.
Correcchio. You're such a thoughtful little brother. It was bad to get greedy.
Oh dear.
Right. Because of that, Now I can't send 100 friends to Sister. You understand now? Those were the circumstances of Horikyo's crimes. I do not understand. This is all too impossible for me to understand.
Why?
That right. Killing 2 friends for your dead sister?
But how?
That's wrong. That's so wrong. Oh, don't get so worked up. It's something I learned after Sister's death.
Do not worry.
Death only changes a person's form. Their soul lives on as a ghost.
That's right.
That's right. Even though I'm a ghost now, I'm always by Horikyo's side.
Sister.
Thank you, Sister. Cut it out already.
What was that?
I don't understand anything you're saying. Nothing's making sense. It's not fair. Why did Angie and Tenko have to die for something so unfair?
Well...
Because death is unfair.
And another thing.
All deaths are unfair deaths. Why do you think news stations get such high ratings when they're reporting about death? Because everyone likes unfair deaths.
Maybe.
Well, if you look at it like that, this whole killing game embodies that philosophy, right? Gifted high school students forced to play a killing game. Man, if people were watching this, they would get a kick out of it. If people were watching this?
Shut up!
Knock off the bullshit. Only sick fucks would enjoy watching this.
You got me!
Hell yeah. If I wasn't in this killing game, I would have so much fun watching.
So then...
The nature of this killing game is yet shrouded in mystery. But my role in it is over. I finished my explanation to you, friends.
Sister.
I think I shall go and see her now. Beloved sister.
Sister.
I was unable to send her 100 friends, but at least I can see her again now.
Correcchio.
She's alright, my sweet. She's alright, sweet Correcchio. Come to me.
Oh.
Looks like you've already prepared. Now then, let's get started.
It's punishment time!
It's the moment you've all been waiting for. Punishment time.
Huh?
Punishment time.
Sister.
My beloved sister, at long last. Finally get to see you again.
That's right.
Yes. From now on, no one will try to stop us. Be together without having to hide.
What?
Wait, I can't accept this.
Therefore,
Like I said, there's no such thing as death that can be accepted.
from an anthropological
Why do
point
you
of
think
view,
so many different cultures have funeral rites? Why do you think rumors of ways to resurrect the dead never cease?
yes.
The living must find a reason, however forced, to accept death when it happens. How can you come to terms with death? Well, how you come to terms with death also determines how you live, yes?
What was that?
What? That was the answer I reached. How about you? How will you live a life that faces death?
Now then, I've prepared a very special punishment.
For the alternate anthropologist, Kurikyo Shinguji.
I shall observe.
I will watch over you all as a ghost. As your friend, I will watch over you.
That's right.
It won't be just me and Kurikyo. All those who died will be watching. I will be watching to see how you face the death of your friends.
Humanity is
I'll be
beautiful.
watching forever and ever.
It's punishment time!
Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time. Alright. That was something. Ultra melting pot. What?
Oh, Gory!
No, Monodam, why?
How can this
What
be?
the? Think, my cute child might commit suicide.
Yay!
It's so cute. It's so freaking cute that he would kill himself because he couldn't get along. Monodam, but it's suicide. Had I known this would happen, I would have been nicer to him. The only reason Monodam obsessed over getting along is because everyone but me bullied him.
That's right!
Yes, the other monocubs drove him to suicide, not me.
Hey.
Hey, who's Monodam?
Eh?
Huh? You already forgot? That's kinda scary.
Well now.
Well, it looks like another class trial is wrapped up without incident, so... I'm gonna take back this here Necronomicon. But seems like a waste, though. You guys sure you don't use it? You guys should have brought someone back to life and added them to your roster. Shut up! How long are you gonna keep talking about that?
I told you.
Ignore him. The whole resurrection ritual is obviously a lie. He's just trying to shake us up. He's just trying to shake us mentally to just panic.
What's the point?
I'm assuming you'll think another murder will happen if you do that, right? Who can say? What a waste. If none of you were gonna use it, you should have let me have it. Then I could have resurrected one of my dead siblings. Which one?
Eh?
Oh, I don't know. They were all pretty terrible, actually. Wait, did one of us die? I could have sworn it's just been the two of us the whole time.
Oh yeah.
It's too bad you missed your chance to raise the dead. That's what you get for doubting me. Too bad.
So long. Farewell.
Even now, he still talks about raising the dead.
Always messing around.
Man, this is stupid. What people believe in is up to them, but living people shouldn't have to suffer because of the dead.
Of course!
The living are more precious than the dead, no matter what. That's not something a coward like you should say. Nah. Shut up. Leave me alone. But there's one thing this case taught me. I thought there was a god watching over us, but there isn't after all. Not in this academy. Yeah, you're right.
You're right.
Well, that's why we have to work together, right? Face it together. Our ultimate talents are the best weapons we have.
Going to do his best.
And going to do his best to keep everyone safe. Going to want to protect everyone. But your talent is entomology. I don't want Shuichi to use his ultimate talent anymore. I'm getting sick of class trials.
You're right.
Yeah, you're right. Hey. Ugh. Hey, your talent as an assassin is way more trouble. When are you gonna use that, huh? Huh?
Okay.
I'll work hard until everyone trusts my ultimate talent. Huh?
That's right.
It may not be possible now, but I'll put in the effort so everyone can trust me. I won't run away anymore. I want to survive and escape this place with everyone. Maki. I see. I wonder how long that'll last. What if your true calling as a killer shows? Don't underestimate her. Maki Roll's one of my sidekicks.
Got a minute?
I don't remember being your sidekick. Also, didn't I tell you to stop calling me Maki Roll? Oh, you guys are so close now. This must be the powerful bond of friendship. But I would have preferred it to happen sooner, especially not after losing 7 people. You're right. Only 9 people left now. Well, what do you know? This is the dumbest can do basic math. That's right. 7 pieces of shit have been flushed away and only 9 remain.
Actually,
By that calculation, doesn't that make you one of the pieces?
But
Just 9 of us.
Well, you know.
Humans are like weeds, too numerous to count. 7 of us dead doesn't mean much in the end.
Shit.
That's totally what the heartless robot is thinking, right? Right?
How rude!
No, I am not thinking that. Blatant robophobia is simply inexcusable.
But you know,
But hey, none of us gave up, right? I know we're all gonna escape. I'm not gonna rely on a god, spirits, or the dead.
I believe in you.
Just you guys. I believe in all of you.
Okay.
Kaito,
well, of course.
you're right. Those of us who remain can start over.
Hey!
Hold up, Keyboy. Hold up. Keyboy needs to apologize for everyone for the whole student council thing. And there's only one kind of apology that I'm willing to accept.
How exciting!
Yank your head off and smash it onto the ground with all your strength. Got that? Jeez.
No way!
I have never heard of such an intense form of apology. It seems like everything's settled for now. Even though we're missing her.
You alright?
Himiko, you okay? Anything Gonta can do to help? You can tell Gonta.
Hey,
I think we should let her have some space for now. That might be best for her.
Okay.
I remember how I felt.
Oh.
Oh, I'm going to understand.
You're so dumb.
God, Himiko's such a liar.
Huh?
Huh?
Because I'm a liar.
Personally, I don't think lies are exactly a bad thing. Let's face it, you wouldn't have any free will if the world was comprised with just the truth. But even then, I don't think it's good to lie to yourself, you know?
Right?
What are you saying? Think about Himiko's feelings a little bit.
Nuh-uh.
I only said this because I thought about it.
Because?
Himiko has been lying to herself about her own feelings, so she's been holding back.
Hey!
Hey, what are you repressing? What are you trying so hard to hold back? What? Hold back? Expressing your feelings is perfectly natural. You shouldn't feel ashamed at all. So, if you feel like crying while you're talking to Angie, go ahead and cry your eyes out. You'll feel better when you do. Well, I mean, laughing makes you feel better too. And venting your anger onto something can really cheer you up. Train your heart by crying, laughing, and venting your anger, Himiko. Henko, Angie, I'm so lonely. I'm so lonely without you two. But I gotta survive. I still can't go to where you are. But I'm so lonely. I'm so lonely without the both of you. Himiko.
Damn it.
Damn it. Why is everyone so drooly? Himiko cried for a long time. She cried as if she was releasing all the emotions she had bottled up inside. Before we knew it, as if fueled by her doing so, we began crying. The tears we shed, I can't even describe it. We were crying about what we had been through, and what was to come. Sadness, hatred, frustration, discord, anger, love. Tears filled with emotion. But at the very least, they weren't tears of submission. They were tears to push us forward. After a while, Himiko finally calmed down. However,
Is she hard to carry, Gonta?
Aren't you not allowed to fall asleep outside of your rooms? Wasn't that a thing put in place in this one again?
No, she fine.
She's sleeping very peacefully.
She's all tuckered out after crying. Robots sleep well after leaking their oils too, right?
I have told you many times that I do not use oil as my fuel source.
But wow, that really surprised me. She passed out as soon as she stopped crying.
Yeah, but she looks so peaceful sleeping like that.
She probably felt better after letting it all out, don't you think?
Yeah, I hope so.
Then go and carry Himiko to her room.
Make sure you focus real good on your back, you hear me? You'll need that focus if you want to feel her little mosquito bites poking ya!
What? What's that even meant to
There's
mean?
no way he'd do such a thing. Gonta isn't gentleman after all.
While we were heading back to the dorms, I suddenly noticed Kaito had stopped in his tracks. Kaito, what's wrong? Oh, nothing. I just wanted to get some night air. Don't worry about me. Go on ahead.
Huh?
You sure?
Well...
Anyway, don't do something like this again, okay? If you dislike scary things, then you should have said so earlier. I thought you were sick. You worried about me? Yeah, worried about your stupidity. Huh, still haven't warmed up to me, huh?
But...
Maybe not, but I feel like the walls we had up are coming down a little, you know? Perhaps those walls were her enemies. Seems like she doesn't want to wait anymore.
Got it.
Yeah, 'cause of me.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe, but you sound like you're bragging, Kaito. Huh. But like I said, I'm gonna get some air before I go back. You can go on ahead.
Okay.
Sure, got it. See you tomorrow.
Got it.
Yeah, see you tomorrow. After our goodbyes, I returned to my dorm room. I didn't notice what was going on with Kaito. Oh. Jeez. Ugh.
Damn it.
What's wrong with you?
I don't have time to be dying. I still haven't gone into space yet. Damn it. No way am I gonna die here.
Are you, like, sick? Like,
No way.
you have some actual terminal illness, perhaps? Although, I don't know what would make you cough up blood. I'm not sure that anything people regularly get that is, like, actively difficult to be cured causes something like that. Card slot. We got his mask. Save, yes. Anyway, it has been about 4 hours. So, no, I already saved. Trial is over. So it's gonna pop up on something here, but we're going to leave. We can... No, we're not going
Hey
to see
there.
a few days ago.
Guess I don't have to introduce myself, huh?
Well, we'll deal with that next time. Gonna save the game. Now we will go. Sounded like... Did Rantaro sound like that? I don't remember. I don't remember his voice at all. But next time we should start up on chapter 4. Hasn't been taking too long to get through these. If I can keep up with doing things every other day, which, to be fair, I'm not sure I will since tomorrow's Easter, and we'll be doing a bunch of cooking. Might end up staying up for late. So, dunno. Might not be Monday. Might be later than that. I will post on my Tumblr, though. We shall see. Ideally, I've been making it through the game relatively quickly. Ideally, I'd like to get this done before I get my wisdom teeth removed. Because otherwise, who knows how long that'll put a pause on things. Because I imagine it'll be difficult to speak properly with that. Oh well. That is that. I will end the stream. Goodbye.